Hey guys, what up, what up, what up? How we doing? Oh, Jesus. We're back and we got money. Um, for those that don't know, I ended up sending a shipment yesterday. So we got a lot of money from it. I said I was going to show it on stream because it was going to happen. Well, I sent it after, just as just before I went off. So for the actual shipment, on King's March, it looked like, where is it? Where's my Discord? There. So this was more the results, and this was the actual shipment. 50 mil shipment yesterday. Mostly like all bars, so all expecting full currency back and all that jazz. A lot of that value was in Verisium, but you want to ideally split them to where Verisium isn't like 50% of your value or more. So you at least have two bars. I had a lot of value coming from these guys, so it's even that eventually. But we got this, and the highlight of this, I mean, we got one mirror shot, which is very nice, very very nice. But the highlight of this is actually here, the rune graft of treacheries. We got 10 of them, and as of this afternoon when I saw them, well, I saw them in the morning when after I got up. But basically, this was the Wealthy Exile results for that. This one, and keep in mind the treacheries at the time were selling for, I sold each of them for 5 divines. Slow sell, very very slow, but they did all eventually sell for 5 divines. So the real profit is actually slightly more than this. But yeah, so the rune graft of the warp for 7, not 7.6. So, but that was pretty instant. The others I haven't actually liquidated yet, and I ended stream with around 30 divines yesterday to even begin with. So this all started with us having already baseline 30 divines, and as a result, we are going to be having a big craft day because I spent the weekend basically farming with this gear with no upgrades. So basically all the upgrades that we had not been getting we are going to get it on today's stream is the idea anyways. And starting off, we have this weapon. This weapon is probably worth 40 something divines, but I crafted it myself for maybe 10 divines. I would say I got pretty lucky here. 31 divines. I'd say I got pretty lucky here, and the reason I would say that is I got +2 and a really really decent roll on minion damage. This is not guaranteed. This doesn't always happen. The base itself was like 3 divines, something like that. For the crafting steps, for those interested in crafting something like this and you want to try to save a bit of currency, what you would do is you go 3 socket resonators, because 3 socket resonators are cheaper than 4 sockets. And because you're going 3 socket resonators, you go delve. You can either do 4 or 3. I went with 3 because it's cheaper, much cheaper. Like a 3 socket is 3 chaos each. Well, it's 2.5 this morning, but basically 3 now. A 4 socket is 90. For 4 socket, it's a 1 in 12. For 3 sockets, a 1 in 18. But the 3 sockets are way cheaper per craft. The only downside is you're going to be using an eye level 1 that is lower than 81. But I think higher than, I just do higher than 70. But usually all you care about is lower than 81. So I found this base pretty good. Attack cast speed fractured. Really really nice attack cast speed fracture, and was really honestly cheap. It's 1 divine if it's like, yeah, I assume that is showing 75 and higher, which is kind of not good because it will show 83s. You don't want an 83, you want a 71. But anyways, what up, how you do it? Once you have the base, the fractured base, what you want to do is you 3 socket resonator, So each one is going to cost you one 3-socket resonator, a metallic fossil, a shuddering fossil, and a corroded fossil, I believe. Those three are what you're going to use. And you have like a 1 in 18 to see +2. I didn't see 14 in, I didn't see +2 until I was 20 plus 16, 36 in. So basically doubled the expected rate. But and the reason for that is the +3 can also come with +1 all chaos skill gems. And I saw +2, but it was just with chaos twice in that time. But once I hit +2 minion, it came with this, and it had full suffixes. Now because it had full suffixes, I had to annul off his suffix. But here's the cool part for this season. You get to use Allflame. So I chucked this and annul into what's his face? Allflame crafting. And he offered me one of the suffixes. He actually offered me minus minion damage as well, but I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Thank you for the suffix. I'll take that one. So I removed one suffix. I ran a Howard's trial, I believe, so I could actually unlock prefixes can be changed craft, which I need to do the other suffixes can be changed craft as well. And probably can have, because I don't think I have multi-mod. Do I have multi-mod? I don't have multi-mod. I need to do putrid cloister. What about suffixes can't be changed? Not suffixes, my guy. So Oba's Curse Trove, I have that. So I need putrid for can have. Okay, noted. We should honestly do that soon. Anyways, so with that being said, I now had one open suffix. I did prefixes can't be changed. I scoured it, and then I bench crafted trigger. I can, in theory, Allflame exalt the last mod, but there's no reason why I should. And the reason I say this is because Defilers don't benefit from crits. They have base 0% crit chance, if I remember correctly. So increased crit does nothing. Crit multi does nothing. There's no other modifier that matters to get except maybe convocation. But like the odds of getting convocation are so small that I'm just like, no, there's no point. So we're keeping it as is. And of course, in theory, we can annul that, we can divine this, but we're not gonna. We don't have that kind of money for what 8% increased damage. I'm good. But yeah, that is the story of this wand. So that's what we're going to be switching into. We've also picked up our Sublime Vision just because I expect it to inflate. So I was like, I'm gonna pick it up preemptively. If you haven't got, if you can afford it, it's a good idea to get it. I think it's gonna get inflated once Gazi rolls into the Doriani, and I would suspect it's going to happen in the next few days. So pick it up before the price shoots up is what I'm gonna say. Which one is that? Oh, this is the one that converts lightning and fire to cold while affected by purity of ice. It's we need that for the Doriani swap. It always rolls 30%, so you're fine. This has a roll range you can divine if you want it to be higher. I probably will, just so my purity of ice actually gives me a more max res, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The next craft that I want to do is, now that I have my +2, I need to get my amulets. So I need to get my +1 level of all skill gems amulets so that I can actually not lose a specter. And then once I have that, we are going to be picking up either a +1 chest or a bitter bind point. Either way, we're going to be going for at least one an extra pair of specters. And then past that, I don't know what we're gonna do. We could get a congregation if we wanted to. Really, we don't have to, but we can. We could also opt for the Doriani swap at that point, because we have the most expensive piece, which is this. The problem we go for Doriani swap right now is I have so many this is, my character is essentially a pseudo league star character because I literally haven't upgraded anything since day 2. Like my day 2 and my day 3 are the same because I didn't touch anything. I was just farming. So like this is not great. This is very not. This is what I should craft after that. I should be getting a +2 Spectre boot. That is what I should be doing in my currency. If I am being very, very honest with myself, that is what I should be doing. Can you show the one again for a second? This is the one. It's easy. Oh yeah, it is. Because you essence spam until intelligence and what's it called? Because I know I'm going to need intelligence in the end game. So if I'm going for my end game craft, I have to essence of intelligence spam until what's his face? Specters on Elder Boots. And then once I have Specters, I actually could do something else. So I could also go chance to avoid shock, but then I don't want to recraft this. So we'll do intelligence until Ray Spectre. Then from Ray Spectre, we Orb of Dominance, I believe. How much are they going for? Also, I want attributes in specifically. I could use a Duca to like swap them out, but like I want the intelligence because my end game tree is not going to actually involve too much topside, and because this doesn't involve too much topside, intelligence kind of lacks. So because of that, we need intelligence on basically most of our crafted gear. So our boots need intelligence, our gloves need intelligence. I think our ring also, okay, our ring doesn't take intelligence, but we can get intelligence here if we so choose. The priority for the ring is minus res. This, we are going to need to adjust this because we can no longer hit minus 100, I believe. I think with the multiplier reducing to like times 1.5 or something like that, which I think was they nerfed reflective mist from what I've heard. So this will end up being like minus, let's say 45 is T1, I think. So that's like minus 65, minus 70% lightning res would be high case scenario. Then for like minus 70, that's minus 140, which is still minus 200 when you account for the initial minus 40 you get for just existing on this show on Ray class. So it's enough, but it is going to be something to keep in mind. We also get some resistances from here. So like there are a bit of like sources here and there where we get a tiny bit of like all resistances or all LE res rather. Yeah. Either way, the first things first is we need to alt spam until we need to craft our amulets. When we finish amulets, we'll figure out if we're going for a chest or brute or whatever else afterwards. But the first things first, this guy. So we need to alt spam. Everyone's favorite crafting mechanic, eh? Alt spam until +1 all. And then we shall figure it out. I feel like I'm going to regal with it. I'm going to regal with Allflame, I suspect, because that is one of the bigger RNG steps into making a decent amulets without like with the least chance for wasted mods or lowest chance. Can you help with cluster too? Like cluster crafts, or what do you mean? Don't know how to craft them. The thing with clusters is the real trick to crafting clusters without losing your mind, if you're like a normal person like I am, is you're going to need to fracture a mod. So increased effects is the ideal, life is less ideal, attack cast speed is okay, but attack cast speed I think is very easy deterministic to hit with its reforge. So you mostly want, if you can hit increased effect, your life is easy. If you can hit life, it's a bit better. If you hit attack cast speed, it's okay. I think that is the priority of fractures. If you spam speed, no, I think you spam cast. Either caster or speed. One of them is basically guaranteed to, or almost guaranteed to give you attack cast speed. But you spam that one until you get the third mod you're looking for. So if you have, let's say, effects fractured, you're going to spam speed until, or caster until you get cast speed and life, and then you're going to Allflame Exalt and try to get a good last suffix. If you get something like attack speed fractured, then you're going to spam life on, or alt spam life until you hit life and effect, and then, you know, Allflame Exalt the last mod. Now, if you decide, because you're a mad lad, that you really just want to save as much money as possible and not fracture, then that becomes tricky. But I guess how I would go ahead and see something like that, you'd have to reforge or alt spam until you have 2 mods. If you alt spam until 2 mods, 2 proper mods, then you can you imprint clusters? I feel like you can't. I feel like you can't imprint clusters, but I could be wrong. I think you can't, Joe. Let me confirm. Pretty sure you can't imprint them. So you can, I think. Okay. I think it looks like there's nothing there stopping you from being able to. So it's very likely that what you do is you imprint if you have 2 mods on magic, and then you can regal spam until you get a good 3rd mod, and then you Allflame Exalt the last. Now, because let's say effect is as rare as it is, you might want to make sure effect is in the alt spam results, ideally, because getting life is much easier. I just want to make sure of something real quick. If I do this, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have to show like extra detail for it to highlight. A part of me thought about alt spamming it off stream, so I would spare you guys this pain. But then I thought about the fact that misery loves company, and I decided against it.
Yo.
What's up? Are you on your phone?
You guys are join?
What?
Yeah, making some barbecue. Yeah, I'm making some burgers.
I'm
burgering.
I'm live. Alt spamming.
That's what you said.
What's that?
Alt spamming?
Yeah, I'm live, but I'm alt spamming.
Oh, you're live. Shit, I was
Everyone's
hoping before you.
oh lol. Nah, I mean
You're live at 6.
yeah, but
Really
today
6. 6
is still one day of league starts.
there. Yeah. I just realized I don't have Monday off next week. I'm so annoyed by that.
You don't have it off? Ow! Isn't
Yeah,
that like a
it's not a stat in Manitoba.
god damn it? Do I have to worry about having it off? Oh yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
do have it off, but I am meant to fill my timesheet like I don't have it off.
Because you're going to work it overtime or what?
No, it's not overtime. It's more so my company is a global company and it's not a start holiday everywhere. So even though we don't have to work because you know everything else that we would work on is closed or work with is closed, um, I guess the parent company doesn't have to know. I guess I don't know. That's just what I heard. So
Yeah.
either way, my timesheet
I'm
will
thinking
be
of
filled like
asking
it
to
is.
work it in lieu, just work because I would like the day.
Yeah.
It would be nice. They'll probably say yes. But before I left, I sent an email about the vacation thing regardless.
Yeah.
So see how that goes.
Like a letter for the thing, right?
It was a pre-letter. It was a letter just saying, hey, well, I need them to actually just be okay with me taking that long because I won't
Yeah.
have all the days. So it was an email talking about that to say if they want to talk in person, I'm available. And if when
Mm.
they say yes, or if they say yes or whatever, then it would be an email to HR asking for the letter.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I need them to be good with it first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yo, he just made a video on the lead mechanic that you should check out because that actually had me hyped to check it out.
Okay.
Like different strategies he's doing with it.
Interesting.
One of them is a rust strat, the other is like a more focused strat. And it's just like there's like four ish strategies depending on what your board rolls. But
Also,
if it
it's
rolls some certain mods,
voyages.
oh yeah, it can be the other thing because that's just a
Yeah.
prep. There's even the one that looked interesting was like Pantheon touched ghosted starfish rares.
Holy.
That one takes a bit more setup than the others, so maybe it's when you like experience like once or twice and be like, all right, I experienced it. But I thought, but there's a variety. The one of them was even they were more interesting, so I might actually be checking it out.
Not bad.
But first, you gotta complete the atlas because you can't kill T60 map bosses. But that's all good.
Because you can't kill T6. What?
I can't kill T60 map bosses on my build yet.
How? Like damage wise or
Yeah, damage wise,
oh 07?
So I gotta do that first. And I was
It's
actually gonna ask you. I have a build question that I don't know if you can answer, but I figured maybe I should just ask.
all right.
So you remember how like I'm solving without the belt, right? I'm using that helmet that makes cold
3
damage be able to
crowns.
ignite.
Yeah.
I have full ignite chance.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a tech first of all, there's a tech I'm using for rallying cry, which is I'm actually going added lightning on my links, which people will be like, "Yo, why would you do that?" But that's because when that procs the lightning with the shocked enemies, you get living lightning on one of my supports, on one of my auto exert supports, and
Mm-hmm.
living lightning counts as allies for rallying cry.
Okay.
So you get a big rallying cry buff because you have multiple living lightning allies around you. But Tuna said if you're using the helmet tech, you actually want to go added cold on your links instead of added lightning. And so in my head, I'm like, why do I want added cold on my links though? Um if the attack already fully converts to cold and the living lightning thing is like an important tech for more damage.
I guess let me look at. I know Rallying Cry has effect on your minions.
It affects you.
Or
The
your
little
minions
lightning
count
isn't
as
doing that much
power
damage. Yeah.
because it
So
counts
you're
aid
just using them
allies.
to proc. Yeah, you're proccing the ally, like more ally stuff. Yeah.
So he says, what helmet tech are you referring to now? Because I don't.
The one that makes my cold damage ignite.
Or if you're using that, you want added cold.
Yeah, he says you want added cold, but I'm like, why do you want added cold? You already convert 100% of fizz to cold. So the tech I'm seeing them do to be able to still do lightning damage is the gem says 100% convert to cold, but then they craft the convert mod on gloves to lightning. But I'm like, can you do that? It's already 100% converted to cold on the.
If you 100% convert to lightning and then convert lightning to cold, you still get cold damage. But if you 100% convert to lightning, 100% convert to cold, then you're kind of smushing the number, I think. How much
Yeah,
convert
that
did
was
they
my
get
thought
in?
process. Which one? The lightning and gloves? I mean, the max you can get, which is what, 24, 25?
Or you're going 25%?
As far as I understand, yeah. It's just the crafted mod.
Actually,
So you can
no.
delete.
Wait, hold up. For gems implicitly, at least for minions, when they have baseline damage converts, even Triad's Grip doesn't override that. That is typically a set percent where you can't override it. The exception of this rule being SRS, because SRS is programmed weird. But other than SRS, that typically holds true. Where, like, let's say Absolution converts 50% to lightning. If you had to convert 100% to cold on your gloves, all you're going to get is 50% to cold and 50% lightning, as an example.
Yeah.
And so if you get convert to lightning and you get convert to cold, but convert to cold is implicit to the gem, I think that takes priority.
That's why I
So
was so confused by that.
convert to lightning. I don't see why that's
But why would they
relevant.
want? Would added cold be more damage than my added lightning
Added code
with the helmet?
Added code would, in this setup you just mentioned, let's with there are two assumptions here. Let's do two assumptions. There's the one where it smushes and there's one where it doesn't. The one where it doesn't means you're still just doing cold damage anyways. It doesn't matter. Then there's one where it smushes.
Okay.
Where it smushes, you go added lightning, you go added cold instead of phase everywhere, because the phase damage is going to get smushed, so you just want the cold anyways. So your added damage modifier is not being smushed.
Yeah.
But if you're going on the assumption that it doesn't and it's still 100%, then I don't know how. Do you have your timeless jewel? I do not have my timeless jewel. It's probably very expensive. I typically don't get that exact timeless jewel because it's typically very, very expensive.
Might not be this league.
You think that timeless jewel will see the light of day? There are very few timeless jewels that are good that people don't already know.
I just think it's worth always checking. I don't know. Especially with Legion rework.
You bought it for 5 div? Holy.
I'm saying, you gotta check.
I guess let's see. What socket is it in? Am I blind? Glorious Vanity 7. You said you sold it for 9? I guess let's see if it's up. I think this should work. And it doesn't work. Okay. The fuck? Okay, we're going to do this then.
Way back.
Alright. Glorious Vanity. Jibakwa. Four, 2, 5, 3. 4, 2, 5, 3. Nah, there's none. There is none currently. I'm not too bothered by it. Whenever I need to get it, I'll get it. I'll get a useful one.
I should raise my fees.
I think there is a mod on Jibakwa. Let me try to find one. There's a mod on Jibakwa that has. We obviously want PDR, but also I also just really like getting a bit of extra block or Cult of Chaos. Cult of Chaos is so it really helps you with your Chaos res, but the max res is very good defensively. So there's a bunch of other good ones that I'm not too hot and bothered, like I said. Like doubling down on physical mitigation is really nice, but so is avoidance from block or mitigation from max chaos res, because we're going to be taking a lot of chaos damage, you know. It does make me want to check for it does make me want to create a live search for, I mean, this timeless jewel is fine, but then there's another timeless jewel that I would like to use or potentially my next build if I can find it. That one I really want to use. Let me try to find a number. Let's remove Glorious Vanity. It'll be any day now. Cool. We have the live search going. Honestly, there's still a universe where the Defiler one shows up and I don't buy it, but I would like to see the second one. Add the only jewel on this server. Oh, Gazi's jewel has Cult of Chaos. I mean, now someone else has it, and hopefully he's enjoying it and then divine it. But they wouldn't buy for 90 if they were going to divine it, so you know, there's that. At some point, we are gonna be home free, and alt spamming will be behind us. Till then, I'm gonna complain about freaking alt spamming and why it exists in this game. Like, can we not just have, like, I don't know. Like, I'm already going to spend this until I see a certain mod with a certain minimum rows. Make it automatic, or give us a way to automate it. Or, you know, like, I get it. If you take away the friction of crafting, then craft prices, then the economy is going to change very, very Like it's going to change a lot. I think in situations like those, unique items tend to be the more expensive piece because everybody can craft. But that being said, like alt spamming friction, I just don't approve. It's the same thing with chaos spamming in PoE too. I don't like, no. I would rather you just go rid of it. I don't want to click for how long. Unless, I mean, a more convoluted method which would slow down the entire game would be make it so every mod you have not gotten gets slightly increased in weight, waiting for every time it gets rolled, and then resets whenever it's actually gets rolled. So everything gets slightly bumped up in weighting with the things that you have hit recently going back down, and then eventually you'd be so high in weighting on the ones you haven't hit that you're just bound to hit it. So the 1 in 1,700 will no longer exist, and at most you'd be seeing like 1 in 1,000, 1 in 800, because by the time you've missed it 800 times, its weighting is now actually pretty decent. But then the problem with that is it has to be for only the one currency, otherwise you'd have people trying to bait high weighting on it before they start crafting, and so they can get to a step later and then reforge to get it. And so like I see the issues with that. Shows 3 armor nodes on timeless calculator, shows 2. What do you mean? It should be 3 or 4. It has 1, 2, 3, 4. It has 4. Like it has all 4 of them. Oh, I just use POB. Easiest way is to use POB. One of these clicks, I will see what I want to see. What up, Potato? How you doing? How's it going? Getting bored out of my mind just alt spamming, wondering when I can put the alterations down because I don't want to do it. Yes, here we are. A 1 in 1,700. I think when we finish this batch, we would be at like 16ish, 1,700 done. So in theory, it should be... I should be getting it soon. I am looking for +1 all spell skill gems. And then once I have it, we're going to... I feel like depending on price of imprint beast, we might do some imprinting, we might not. We'll have to see how it goes. I just need +1 to actually show up. Is that better? I just swapped the bone melt. Check the notes of the POB. But TLDR, eventually it is better. Not too early though. So you have to make sure you have the pieces before you go to, before you drop bone melt for it. What did you just send? What is that meant to be? Looks like a sus link. Screenshot of your sale. I will vet it and then we'll see. Oh, I see. Four, 2, 5, 3. Yeah. You literally got the right one. You were blessed. And then you threw it away. Tossed it in the wind. Like yesterday's trash. Speaking of, what are you farming? I could barely scrape together 16 divs. I have something to show you, I guess. Look at that. King's March. It was a 50 mil shipment though, so keep that in mind. I did a lot of gaming this weekend to get 50 mil shipments ready to go for yesterday. But yeah, I made a lot of money. So yeah, I've heard Abyss is really rough. Like the chest doesn't scale and stuff like that, which is just a shame to hear, because how does that even pass the design table? Like how does that get approved as how it's intended to function? Because like Abyss is, I've done Abyss whenever I shows up my mouth. It's genuinely fun to kill those enemies. I actually have fun doing it, you know. Yo, can you just give me the modifier I'm looking for, please? I beg you. It's not that deep. You don't have to make me go through 1700 alterations exactly. You don't, or worse, please. I beg you. Don't let me go to like 1800, my guy. Jeez, man. This shit is really not going to make it easy. It has zero intentions on making it easy. God damn it, man. I'm currently map rushing for charts with some ore nodes. Might switch to ritual if I get some starting currency. How does ritual look, by the way? I haven't looked at any farming strats, so but what is the main export of ritual these days?
I should raise my fees.
Why are we investing so much on army? Don't we go for dragon fangs? Later on, I don't think this is not that much investment. The amulet itself is 5 chaos base. The ult spamming so far spent maybe 6 divines in ults. Dragon fangs by comparison are not going to be anywhere close. And then the expected, like I just got ults for like 940, so that means in 2 divines you should be getting +1 on average. So I've not spent 6 divines, rather I spent like 4 divines, rather something like that. I don't know. Either way, 800 or 900, that's a divine times 2, you should get a +1. So realistically it's click heavy, but it's not expensive. That's the only difference. It's not expensive, it's just annoying. And it's a lot of power eventually when you do get it up. As for, I personally always prefer Unetals over replica dragon fangs, but that's a me thing. And I am still considering Eyes of the Great Wolf for 100% magnitude. But I guess we'll have to see, because that would mean you're spending minimum, I guess not minimum, but on average 50 divines, because even if you get good Eyes of the Great Wolf with good enchants, you have to divine it until you get to 100% exactly, which it can cost you 50 divines, it can cost you 100 divines. You'll have to get 100% if you want to get +2 max minions or max specters, and that is like tippity top end game, even beyond, I guess, the scope of the high budget, so to say. I don't think I'll be using it because I don't think I'll get that far into investments, but that is always an option for people who really enjoy the min max. This is the point where I start getting paranoid, and I think to myself, where's PoE.co? What's the name of the talisman? Carrion Queen talisman, or rather, just, I don't need to Carrion Queen, I need amulets with of all skill gems. What is the cheapest +1? 10 chaos. This is a 10 chaos reassurance purchase. All I'm buying this 10 chaos for is to make sure my reject works. Does the mod this, we're getting there. We're getting to where I ask serious questions. So we're buying a 10C purchase just to make sure our rejects works. That's the only reason we're buying this. But it is going to be, it is worth it for my personal sanity. I felt like it didn't work. Why does it not work, my guy? Is it because it's rare? Could it be that? Or have I been trolling? Let me see. What if I made this rare? It's a different reject for rare and for magic. So it's making me paranoid. Yo, do you guys know what you're doing? Because at this point, you have me a bit worried. You have me a little bit worried. What if I make it magic? I don't want the one divine tax, my guy. All right, how about this? How about this? How about this? What if I went one divine and I sold it back one divine? Is there any of these that I know is worth one divine specifically? I guess we'll find out.
It's not.
The things I do for sanity. Okay, works. I had to. It left me too paranoid. It left me way too paranoid.
Hopefully there'll be interest.
It left me way too fucking paranoid to keep slamming APs. Cause like it didn't work on the rare base. And when I was like, are we sure about this one, bub? Is this really working? It didn't work on the rare. Why did it work on the rare? But yeah, that's good to know that that is a thing, I guess. I don't know why it's a thing, but you can use the mod name to search on magic, but not on rares. That is an interesting development. But yeah, the modifier actually exists. We just haven't been so lucky to get it. Surely you're going to change your color very soon, right? I have an exclamation mark invert talking about just that topic, but TLDR, I think it's a bad support. I should probably do invert the rules as the exclamation mark, so it's actually easier to know that that is what invert is. Yeah, we've changed the exclamation mark. Now it's invert the rules. There. But TLDR, it's a gem that is so confused as to what it wants to do that it's just not worth running. It wants enemies' res to be high, resistances to be high, but the lower the resistance, the more damage you do, which is not how invert the rules should be working, or invert the rules type mechanics. It's like Rakiatas. No, it's not like Rakiatas, because Rakiatas is guaranteed. This is a chance. Because this is a chance, that means there's a chance to not. And so long as there's a chance to not, you're going to get punished for making them have more res versus less. And it's not like, if it was like a, let's say, greater than 50% chance to invert, then yeah, it's still big, it's still worth it. It's 44% chance at level 4. This means 54% of your hits are going to not invert, which means more hits are going to meet the resistance than not, which means you're incentivized again to still reduce the rest even though you're trying to invert it, which is the opposite of what you would do Rakiatas. With Rakiatas, you're scaling aura effect, you're using Purity of Lightning, you're giving the enemies Purity of Lightning so that they can benefit from even greater lightning rest, so you can invert that. Is it per hit? Like, each cast is, most things in PoE like this is like, for a cast it exists. So if a Wretched Defiler rolls inverts, the 9 projectiles they shoot in that cast will be inverted, will invert resistance. But if it rolls not invert, all 9 would also not invert. But like, that doesn't factor into the DPS. It's still the same thing. Like 4 out of 10 will invert, and the remaining 6 will not on a high level invert. Which means if you raise their res, those 6 will not do any damage. If you leave their res as is, then you have like a 30-20% res enemy. Inverting that to -20 is whatever, 40% of the time. Who cares about -20? You could just curse and get it lower than that. So yeah, I don't think it is that good of a support. I think you're typically better off with cursing and exposure. The exception to this is if your build is so socket starved that you can't afford to use curses and whatnot, then you're using it as a replacement for lightning pen, in which case it's okay, especially if you're doing content that like juicing 8 mod maps where you run into minion early res a lot, or enemy early res. There it kind of works because they have a high early res, so like the inverted hits will do a lot more damage. But from a one-to-one basis, it will always do less damage than a curse exposure setup, except your enemy has like more resistances than you can actually reduce. Like if they have 200 overcapped lightning res, you can apply your minus whatever curse and -15 exposure. They're still going to be capped on resistance at 75% because it doesn't bring them down enough. But that's like I say TLDR, but that was like a lengthy explanation, all the same. But that's like the shorter version. But dude, what is this fucking lock? Do I have 6 link benchcraft? Yeah. Dude, just give it +1, please. I beg you. You don't have to be so stubborn. You don't have to be. You can just roll +1. I promise you, you're not gonna get destroyed or anything. Like, you can do it to declare conscience, and I'm going to actually treasure the +1. You don't. We don't have to do all this. Um. 'I don't know what the exchange rates are, to be honest. $1,500 to 1, so that's what, 5. So 4 per div. A bit less than 1/4. Sure. Show me the freaking color, man. You don't gotta. You don't gotta protect +1 all like your life depends on it. You can genuinely just roll it. Like, at this point, I'm at the stage where I'm just reading, because it's making me paranoid again. I have no reason to be paranoid. Not a single reason. Yes, yeah, we are. Oh. So 6 sockets. Wait, it takes 1,500. Do I have the stash space for this? I think it's 40 a stack, right? I might need space. I'll just do this. Oh, Jesus. They are... Why aren't these 40 a stack again? It's giving me 1,200, so I have 1777 minus 1,200. Oh, that's how many I had. $220. Isn't that just shy? Doesn't matter, I think. Because it's 1,200 and 200. That's 1,420. What? Oh. Great. You are welcome. Back to old spam Joe. Maybe you have wrong eye level. Oh, I know I don't have wrong eye level because this is an 85. I think eye level for that +1 all is 75. So I have a good 10 room. I did 800 and I had like 800 base. I'm like 2500 in. Sure. Oh. All damage from missile cause elemental elements you are suffering. Okay. So shared suffering. Do you need the leper's arms or something? Because like that's just a worse. If I'm understanding what that shield does, it's just a worse. My brain isn't working. Aegis Aurora. Isn't base Aegis still just better? What happened to crab minion totems? Haven't heard anything. I've heard something, and it isn't good. It is not good. So, what I've heard for the crab totems is that the AI is terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. They are essentially totems, but unlike minions, they don't have an aggro range. They have the totem's aggro range, but not a minion's aggro range. What that means is they are not going to go to an enemy to start hitting, but if an enemy comes into their range like any other totem, they start firing. So that means they are not actively seeking out enemies to go on an attack, but if the enemy comes into their range, they will attack. So you can imagine how jank this is when these guys are trailing you and there's an enemy in front of you and they just don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah, nobody's in my range. I'm not gonna bother. Like, you know, they're just doing their own thing. What I heard is that if the guy tried to play it, I would shame him for eternity. Why? Because it's minions adjacent? I mean, it's if it walks like a minion and it talks like a minion, is it a minion? Dead Reckoning. Haven't heard that in so long. Playing Skellies. Mages? Or it is not. Okay, I'll ask you this. What is the difference between a crab totem and a minion. What is the difference between a crab totem and a Wretched Defiler? Or, better still, a PoE2 Storm Mage. I can name a minion a totem I can step up. I mean, if you're ambitious enough, I don't see why you can't name a totem. I'm sure there are totem pools IRL that have names. So like you can name a totem and it's moving, it's shooting, it's automated. I think it might have a duration. I forget. I actually don't know if it has a duration, and I think it has a duration. Hallowed Monarch. Because I thought Allflame. Pray for that DR. Wait to get to your highlight. The only exception I will make is if you are Luminary and your merc summons a totem. So a mercenary builds minion builds lits? Mm-hmm. Are they? I mean, because like when you think about it, at least when I think about it, I don't be seeing a real insane difference. As one of the mercs in the pool, there's a Radiant Charlatan. I'm getting froggy. I'm getting very impatient. I can tell I'm getting impatient because I'm not spamming when I shouldn't be spamming. This modifier will be worth it. This modifier will be worth it. This modifier will be worth it. Surely, guys, it's worth it, right? I have reason to keep alt spamming. It's a 1 in 1700. So why have I spent like 25? Actually, I probably spent, yeah. Why have I spent 25? Mage shield is meh. Don't do it for damage. I've seen all fire. I've seen all chaos. Now, if all minion existed on amulets, I would say it's worth it because then I'd be getting +2, but it doesn't exist. Why make me do this? I'm crashing out, man. I'm crashing out. Oh, you remember you need to 1 second look before I said pass. Buy ashes. I'm not looking for plus levels because I actually have plus levels here. I'm looking for plus max specters as well as level +1 level. That's what I'm looking for. That's why we're going through all of this. It exists. It most definitely exists. It 100% exists. I will see it before I am old and gray. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired, boss. Set me fucking free. I don't want to do this no more. I'm tired. I'm tired. Holy. What I meant to do.
I'll put the word out.
You already old and gray, bitch. This is just your nail in the car. I am fucking tired, boss. Why does alt spamming still exist? Who said this is engaging gameplay? I haven't alt spammed for +1 level since my second league when I thought, oh god, I could do this for money. I'm so glad I got over that. You know, that was being young and absolutely fucking dumb, because what do you mean I tried to do this for profit crafting? God forbid. This is terrible. This is awful. This is the stuff you wish on your worst enemies, and you feel bad about it afterwards. I'm tired, boss. Set me free. But it's better than period 2. No ults. This is better than period 2. No ults. Lit. This is better than period 2. No ults. What the fuck is the difference? What is the difference? I don't have to ult spam. I don't want to have to ult spam. I'm so happy they aren't ults. If anything, I would like for PoE2 to do something about chaos spam. I don't want them to. I want them to fix crafting to where we don't need to chaos spam. That is what I want for PoE2. Doesn't let you change. Who says? Change what? Resistances? Or what? What doesn't PoE2 let you change? I'm gonna be in the fray anyways. Don't blow inspiring. Ah. I feel sorry for your god. You roll once, and if you feel that's it, wash your hands and get a new base. That okay, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing, let's. If the current crafting meta, I know you didn't craft in PoE2, but the current crafting meta for PoE2, it's not just buy a new base, go again. That is only if you're going for one mod. But what you really want to do is you want to fracture a mod. You fracture a mod. Let's say you're crafting a minion level amulet. You fracture plus the level of minion skills on amulets. Then you're going to get one mod and you're going to do exactly this. You're going to chaos spam that one mod until you get, let's say, spirit, or you get your suffixes in order. You chaos spam until your second mod. Then you can abyss your third mod, or you can exalt slam the third mod. Then you go to the other side and then you do abyss slam into a deterministic third mod, and then it's just RNG if you get what you want for the next two. There is still alt spamming. It's just alt spamming called chaos. If I fail, just was some white shit out of anger and spite. I mean, like that is in campaign. You can't compare. You can't compare campaign crafting to end game crafting. Look at PoE 1. You don't craft in campaign. So why is that a problem in PoE 2? Like you don't craft in this one. What crafting methods do you have available to you while you're leveling through campaign? You don't even have alt spamming. You don't alt spam. You don't do anything. At best, you essence, and that's it. Minion helm craft. What minion helm craft? Flask craft. Flask is like the only thing, and that's for CB mini time. Sometimes you don't get it, and that's it. Minion helm. Do you alt spam from minion helm? That is not. Those are not good odds. You just end up wasting alt. If this is league start, you just wasted currency you could have sold. You can sell a minion flask with a cage helm. What is a minion flask? Do you mean a level 20 minion gem or something? Two or more quality gems, the total combined quality of this and minion tag. What are you talking about? I don't see this craft anywhere. This is helmet and then gems. They've replaced it. It's no longer in the game since 3.19. This was before I started playing the game. They removed this since before I started playing the game, so it's no wonder I don't know it. There is no the minion. Deep delving and back, because like this is the only one I know about this one. But the problem with this one is during camping I don't have 40% quality of minion tag gem to get to +1. I don't know where you'd get that. At best, maybe you're trying you would have to trade for divination card so you can get a 20% quality summon skeleton or something, and you need 2 of them to then get this. But like you don't really have access to this. Hallowed Monarch. How much is this going for? Holy, it's expensive. I guess because of Luminary. What I was getting at in general, I can do things like crafting two-hand by selling a belt and a weapon base. Yeah, we have crafting recipes, and then there's no doubt in it. But like the minion experience in PoE 1 doesn't have many crafting recipes. The best you have going for you when it comes to that, we don't have any. There is two-handed for melee, which is important because you need to keep upgrading melee. But like aside melee, we have complained about the melee situation in PoE 2 not having that. But minions don't have anything here. We don't craft anything on the way up. Movement speed boots with quicksilver. Early on, your quicksilvers are important. You're not going to just toss one for the boots unless you get very lucky. I don't. I typically get my first movement speed boost from vendor or ID in early on. And I like if I ID and he doesn't have it, I'm not touching it with currency. I'm just tossing it. My gameplay loop for equipment in PoE 2 and PoE 1 are the same. that you do have a point with Iron Ring. That makes a big difference with Merville. I do engage with that one a lot. And the difference is PoE 2 has socketables. You have runes. Conjurer is still cold damage. You're still going to use lesser glacial runes, and you're going to have cold res in PoE 2. Same thing, same shit, different toilets. You still get the same thing, you just go about it different. I enjoy vendor recipes. I understand why they aren't as much of a thing in PoE 2. I remember I run till I was in that desert place. I mean, doesn't the game even have a tutorial for runes now? I feel like you had to have ignored the tutorial or just forgotten about runes entirely, which and at that point is not really the game's fault. If there was a tutorial, because I feel like I remember there being a tutorial for using, what was it that there was a tutorial for? Is it crafting currency or is it runes? I forget, one of them. But it's there, it's available to you. It's not in PoE 1, but that's like saying, oh, I found gear with gem socket and I didn't use the gem socket, so game bad or something. Like, doesn't change the fact that it's there. Like, so for minion builds, there really isn't much of a difference. For slamming builds, there is a slight difference because you can't just get better bases. But because of the way loot is geared in PoE 2, it's actually, I would think it's easier to ID a good base for like a weapon upgrade than it is in PoE 1 because of the tier loot system. Because of, I mean, we have gambling in both games now, so like gambling is less of an issue. But like both games, you'd still gamble for the weapon, and all that, because you'd get something way better from gambling that you would recipeing your way up. I had a piece of gear with this circle on it for a while. Yeah, but how'd I put it? That isn't the game's fault. And I say it's not the game's fault because up until that point, they've been giving you other pieces of gear that have sockets that you're not using. You haven't been picking them up to disenchant them to get the shards that will eventually make up the currency you can use to put sockets in, to then put your socket in. You can do that. It's the same thing if you don't pick up iron rings, you can't make the iron ring recipe. There's no way you didn't get enough gear to actually get artificial orbs to get sockets. Like it's fine if it's not for you, but the systems are there for you to engage with if you need that. Like the reason vendor recipes aren't a thing in PoE 2 is because it's not beginner friendly. Like how do you know vendor recipes are a thing unless you're told they're a thing? How do you know what vendor recipes there are unless you're told vendor recipes exist and what to do? As a new player, you don't want stuff that's just hidden behind wikis, ideally at least. And PoE 2 still has stuff that's hidden, but like for the vast majority, you should be able to get through the campaign using what you have and have a good time. I think that remains true. I still think there are a bunch of like, there's still probably skills that are just baity, and you probably shouldn't try to get all the way. They are noob trap skills, but that is the same case in both games, you know. I'm in the middle of this. I got through the campaign, yes. Whoa. Good times. I mean, what do you call it? But yeah, I think that alt spamming, like this all started with me complaining about alt spamming. I just still don't think I don't like alt spamming. And if you were to buy a base like this in PoE 2, you would do something about it. You would craft it up. Like I had a base that I was going to craft up for it was one of these special amulet bases that had like 2 enchants or something that were really good for me. I fractured spirit and I was going to craft it up, but what ended up happening is I entered old spam jail and I just never left, and I just gave up on it. But the difference is old spam jail in PoE 2 is expensive, so you don't get to just sit down there and click thousands of times in a second, unless you farm for literally hours and hours before. Because like in PoE 2, like I said, you chaos spam because chaos removes only 1 mod. So you literally make it a 1 mod with your fractured mod, and then you chaos spam until you get the second mod you want, and then you go from there. But you know, you still have waitings like this stupid shit where you have like you have to use 1,000 of the currency, but chaoses are more expensive in PoE 2. So because of the fact that they removed crafting steps like 2 seasons ago that we had access to, that really limited the use of chaoses, or not limited, but like made it so we didn't need to. So since that's removal, crafting has been very chaos centric, and as such chaoses have just been expensive, which means when you have something that only rolls 1 in 1,700 fucking times, you're kind of just shit out of luck unless you're willing to spend like 100 divines getting it. Getting myself from like 15D worth character to using expensive stuff. Dude, give me +1 level. I don't agree with the premise. Wait, what premise? The alt spam thing, or that PoE 2 has crafting? You like alt spamming? Question mark? Because if you do, I have a very nice amulet that is in need of some dire alt spamming. You have a special mouse. The problem, I mean, I can click fast. I think it was the one that told me alt spam. But it's not going to stop once you get the modifier you're looking for, will it? Like, I can click fast. It's not about clicking fast. It's about not overwriting your thing. That's the problem. I need to not overwrite it. So what, you set the mouse to click once every 2 seconds, and if you see the change, you're trying to react in time and like stop pressing the button, question mark, or how are you doing it? So how long do you have to react is my question. Like, let's say it's spamming right now and then it changes. Like, how short is the time between clicks for the mouse, and how much time do you have to actually react before it's overwritten? Half a second to 1 second. Holy. Doesn't that mean you just overwrite a lot? This is like a 1 in 1700. If you overwrite it, you're in front of that 1700, my guy. At least, like on average, of course. It can be sooner, it can be later, but this is not a craft you want to overwrite. We're not trying to get +4 skill to chest when zombies was good with spirit offering, the old version of the gem. Okay. Well, what were the odds of hitting the thing? Wait, so what was the mod again? +4 level to zombies on chest piece? 1 in 2500. Or is it one of those chests that's like +1 level, these +1 to all strength, +1 to this, +1 to socketed, those kind of chests, or what? Oh, those guys. I have never engaged with them. We are almost 2 hours into stream and we've just been alt spamming. What the fuck is actually wrong with this amulet? Like, what the hell? Like, at this point, something is awfully wrong with it, because like it doesn't make sense. It actually doesn't make any sense. What the hell? We've confirmed that this works. Doesn't change the mod name. Yeah, still the same thing. Like, actually, what the fuck? Old Spirit Offering gave ES when it consumed the corpse, so you could go zombies and go cast watch channeling cycling with the secret Spirit Offering. And this affected your minions and not you, but because did Witch have offerings affect you at the time, or still didn't? Man, I'm gonna get water. Give me a second. I'm back. You would pity my sanity if I pass over the mod. It just might not be the short stream at that point, because like I'm tired, boss. Like I don't know what's wrong with this amulet. It has just said fuck you, fuck you. It doesn't want to roll the mod. Like I've checked this item so many times. It's the proper eye level. It can roll the mod. I've seen other modifiers. I've checked the rejects. I've done everything. I have done everything. This fucker doesn't want to fucking show the mod. Like why? Sup Kurokoshi, how you doing? I'm just crashing out about an amulet. So that's how I'm doing. Short stream, I'm glad to this out. I missed my stream. I'm being so sad. I mean, it's not actually a short stream. It's like I'm not going to rage quit stream most likely. I might just rage quit crafting the amulet at that point. Zana, I don't think I'll be seeing after this.
I should raise my fees.
At this point, I'm just like, should I have just bought a 12D base? But it wouldn't be magic. I want it to be magic so I can imprint it and I can work on that. But Jesus, what? Why is it so bad? Like at this point, like I have to check if it's influence. It's not influence. Like why? Your first playthrough of PoE, how is that going? I know you had passed. You were in Act 4 last week. Last you mentioned. I should have rolled this off stream, man. I would have saved so much time and actually gotten to play the game if I had just started clicking this when I had a bit of time on my hands earlier. Oh well. Act 8? Oh shit, congratulations. Making good time. Really good time. Are we gonna hit 3K before we see the mod? At this point, we are at 2,500 spent. Am I missing the click? You know what we're gonna do? The easiest way for me to spam this, it is like this. Carrion, Queen, Talisman. I'm doing 84. Meanwhile, I don't think I'm going for T1 mod. So like, oh, I was like, so I'm going to buy a few of them, and I'm just going to spam between like 5 of them. To click quickly, and I have time to react. It's not an expensive base. I might as well. At this point, I think I level 84 might be what I also shoot for trying to get.
Exile.
Hear me out. What if it's bugged? The amulet exists with the modifier, so like it is definitely possible. If this one in particular is bugged, there's no way I will know. You are going to be the first one there, so I recognize you. This is the one I've been clicking for so long. Let me see. How are you doing? I am crashing out. I have spent over 2,500 alterations on this amulet. I have not seen the modifier I'm looking for. I am not having a good time, is all I'm going to say. That helped. I was so happy with myself when I downed the pinnacle was. If I spend 20D what rolling it, we would decide after that. I mean, if I'm going to spend 20D worth rolling it, I think I would literally pull out my hair one dread lock at a time before that happened. Like genuinely at some point I just be like, yeah, I'm just going to buy the rare. I just finished the Doriani support 2% chaos res cap and minus 200 lightning cap block, and I almost burst into tears. Can't you buy a rare and split with Ducat, or it needs to be magic? I want it to be magic so I can imprint it. I can buy rare and split. But the rare is 12 div. This in theory is cheaper. This should be like 2 to 3D on average. But of course, like I don't have average luck, so why would I expect average? But yes, I could do that. I could buy a rare, split it into 4 mods or however many mods, and then I can prefixes can't be changed scour to make it magic and then go from there. But yeah, at that point I'm throwing money at the problem, and it starts off with Allflame modifier, which I would like to save the Allflames for, like, you know, when we get further into the craft.
Hey, I'm here.
Welcome back. I'm almost 3k alterations in. I have not even overwritten it once. It just hasn't shown up.
Okay.
I have crashed out in so many different ways. And keep in mind, I do know it's not like it's eye level locked or something. So like, this is simply it just being a bitch and I'm not wanting to roll. Like, genuinely, like there's no reason why I haven't seen it. But yeah. Also, today some random text at me in game was like, yo, I have seen your build on Pure Ninja. You play Merc Absolution. How is it going? And ends up he's starting your character with my guy. Oh, well, that's nice. Where's your guide posted, by the way? I know you have your Google Docs. Did you make a Reddit thread or something? Or Reddit post, I guess. I have tested the rejects. I have tested anything you might think to test. Shit just doesn't want to roll. I've gone through bouts where I was staring at the mod just to make sure I wasn't overwriting it. You name it, I've done it. I now have four different talismans that I'm just all spamming between, and I'm just praying. Oh, just for friends? Okay. That random person could easily give you a lot of good feedback for the progression of the build if they stick true with it. Oh yeah, sounds like a plan. I reached out to people on Pure Ninja that question about a build before. Yeah. Okay, another divine is going to be spent. That makes it what, 3,400, maybe 3,500.
I'll put the word out.
Time to go another 950 ults without seeing the one modifier I'm going for. And I proceed to keep that person on my friends list. Have I been reached out to from Ninja? I think so. For not the janky setups, because the janky setups, I don't know. I guess I typically do them towards the end of my journey. So if somebody's trying to message me for it, they aren't gonna hit me. Okay. Someone put for 900, of course. Well, I'll use this time as the break for my wrist. All right, let's see what this message is. Yeah, I'm just confirming. Oh, see, it was just a one divine lockout period where I didn't have access to a divine for a bit just so I can test my rejects. So we didn't lose money, at least. Oh yeah, give me my divine back. So that makes what, 30, 34, 3,500. Yeah, I know. Sounds good. Do they go through zone transitions? Because if they do, it should be easy. But if they don't, I guess you could summon the skellies first in that case. Did they reduce the weighting of +1 on these talismans? Or like, what is going on here, my guy? Actually, like, what on earth is this? Like, I haven't seen any mods that are typically not on the amulet. Like, it's the same mods. So why is it not showing up? Being an amulet or not in no anime, but there's no prodigious might do my thoughts. I have confirmed that the mod exists on talismans. If it helps, it exists, and it exists on the other levels that I've looked on. Thank you for the follow, Mega Man. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? What is the Exalter? +1 to all level of skills, or +1 to all skills. It is in modifier name for +1. You are welcome. If we can get this, it would be so nice. Big if, because we still haven't gotten it in. I don't know how many alt spawns it's been at this point. Once I finish this batch, this will be 4,400. So like, we should have seen it like 4 times at this. Well, 2.5 times at that point.
Be okay, man. It's gonna be okay.
Surely.
Yes, it is.
Down to the last 100 outs on this batch.
I believe. Someone's got to.
Does someone really? Because at this point, I'm questioning if anyone has to.
No question. No question.
Oh, jeez. Uh, 4,500.
All in order. I'll let you know.
I'm tired, boss. I don't want to do this no more.
It's gonna be okay, man. It's gonna be okay.
Like, I thought I was over all spamming before. Now I don't want to. Oh, God. Okay. At this point, I'm I'm considering putting false positive just to see what it's like again for it to glow.
How much do you have, Liquid?
30 something? Is it 30 something? 30? Because I spent something on just fucking Amulet. Keep in mind, I've been buying all treasures for like 950 a piece. A divine, so like that's how many divines I've used, and I had like 800 to start with.
Man, I have enough for the belt. I'm going to buy it.
Congratulations. Do you have the weapon you wanted with it?
I just need Covenant now. But I was gonna ask for. It's cheap, to be clear. Well, cheap. It's 350.
Okay.
I don't think I need one for a bit though, so it's
Completely up to you.
should be good. I'm gonna map her a little bit and I'll let you know. So let's just hope you actually fucking hit whatever you're trying to hit. 'Cause you're in the disparage phase.
Mm-hmm. And now I'm looking at that 12 divine rare that has it the mod already. Like, you're probably not as bad as I once thought. One in fucking 1700, my fucking ass. But like 5k in now.
I POB'd for a while at work. I was like, shit, I could go RF. It's already similar tree, very similar gear, right?
Okay.
Like, I'll be switching to. But I actually would rather see this through, to be honest. To prove to myself that I can.
Like problem solve
Like,
or
yeah, that I've learned enough from the game to not actually just like be dipped by that.
okay. Not a bad idea. We're more than halfway through this batch. Holy. You know, at this point, I'm just thinking maybe it's not so bad if we just keep bone meld. You know, get +1 chest, +1 shield, call it a day. Maybe we don't need the extra one from the amulets. And that is 5500. Well, 54ish hundred. We use a full former stash tab limit of alterations on a 1 in 1700 that we've not seen it once. I am single-handedly raising alteration prices in Divines at this point.
We'll make it happen.
Started off at like 960 slow buy. Nah, slow buy is 850. Someday we'll get it. I'll look back at this time and think, what the fuck was I thinking? Was it really worth the extra 2 minions? We shall see. And like the worst part is like whatever way to end up on this amulet, because like this is not a GG amulet. We're still probably going to switch a Anunet as well. But I still want to test what this looks like if I'm going to be recommending it to people. So like, here we are. Okay. For my sanity, I have to go check if I rolled over the mod and I did not. It was +1 level of lightning and it didn't show because it's lightning. I mean, I just wanted to make sure like it's because like the paranoia is still there that like, oh, the rejects is not working, but I've tested it with, you know, magic amulet and it does work. It's going to show me +1 all. But like it wasn't highlighted, but I also thought I saw a glimpse of like +1 level as I was scrolling through the 4 I'm rolling over, and yeah. I don't know if it's the same person, but Exalta that I'm looking for here is just +1 to all skill gems. It's the, you see how this has heated and of the Leviathan? Exalta's is that for +1 all. So because it's a magic base, which until today I didn't know it was specifically for magic bases, that it would show the mod name, it will highlight the mod name by default. Well, because it's a magic base, that will get picked up. Are we going to hit 6200 before seeing this modifier?
mods.
Got in nowhere, right? What's that?
So hopefully in
Give me a second. And that, my friends, is 6,200 done. I am back.
I'll put the word out.
stay strong, Iconic.
How much was that base again? Field fractures for 60. $14D for the base. We are not going to be doing that, I think. But when you really think about it, does sanity really have a price? Zana says it. Zana thinks it shouldn't. So Why should I argue? All right. You need to fulfill my alteration order so I can go back and despair in peace as I click it. Because there's no point to despair when I'm not clicking it, because at that point I'm just not making progress. Well, how am I hit at 6200 for something that should be 1 in 17, my guy? 1 in 1700, like how? I should have hit it like 5 times at this point. If I hadn't tested the fact that the rejects works, I would have been so pissed or so paranoid. Okay.
Holy, did you? Someone pointed this out on Reddit, and I actually couldn't believe it. And I just tested it.
Well,
When you open those 3 rare golems, actually are hard coded to drop nothing.
those fucking
Pull them away from a pack. Yes, just pull them. The rock golems. Put them away from a pack. They actually don't drop loot.
Isn't that ironic? Because like in a campaign, they drop loots. My very first experience with them, they dropped it. They kept shooting rares.
So fucking confused. Like, wait, will they drop a campaign?
Yeah.
It's like, no, in maps they don't drop.
So it's just maps. That is strange design.
Might be bugged. There's a bunch of things that are bugged.
It's probably bugged.
Big mechanic upgrade that says you're guaranteed to have your strong boxes at least rare. Yeah, that's bugged.
There's an upgrade?
Eagles and everything else. Yeah, this is an upgrade. There was a post about how to get every upgrade, by the way. I don't know if you already knew.
Yeah, I mean, you sent it to me. I need to do the last one because I hadn't done that one.
But you could just
Still
buy a lot
haven't.
of the maps for some of them. I haven't fought the boss yet, though.
Is the boss in one of those maps?
I don't know. I generally don't. People were saying words I didn't understand as someone who hasn't really fully engaged the league mech. That's what I think to you.
I didn't go through the comments, but I did see the main post. I'll go through when I'm ready to fracture. I don't think I'm going to try fractured on this item. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. We'll see. I'll just stick to imprinting to try to get what I want.
A lot more single target now. Got a decent tincture. I have the belt, so I don't need the helmet anymore. So I'm feeling a lot better.
The rejects is... I should probably give divines, honestly. Are those syndicate operatives, by the way? I think so. All right, while he is taking it upon himself to alleviate some of my alteration spamming, what are we crafting next? Ah, I'm tired. This one, all skills.
Please power through the conic.
What's that?
I said please power through.
I mean, I pass it on to somebody who doesn't mind the alt spamming more than I do.
Oh, did you?
I just did, yeah. Shit is fucking ass. How I think I hit like 6,500 before he took it from me. I'm literally losing my mind at this point.
How many on average does it take to hit?
1,700. It takes 1,700 on average. I'm 6,500 deep, if not worse. So, yeah. We'll see if he hits it. The idea for that one was I was supposed to see just how much I had to work with after the fact, and then that would determine if I'm getting what is the name of that shield again? Bitter Bind points, or if I was going for +2 boots, yada yada. I could craft +2 boots right now. I should probably do that. I think I have enough currency for both of them. I will need to know what resistances I'm getting on the helmets, on the amulets rather. But like, I don't think it matters too much because this doesn't have any resistances whatsoever. So, this one, sure. I'm up for a bit. Thanks. Let me know if you ends up costing more. How much are essences? In stacking isn't a thing, right?
Let's see why not.
No, I mean like it's not like lastly. It's not like lastly. It's not 30 something per device. Yeah, it's more chill.
Probably. I'm not as caught up as I usually am, but yeah, probably.
I'm only deciding if I would like to switch from all of that yet. My low to my medium budgets. What does the tree look like, and how much ints do I actually need? Do I actually need int everywhere? I don't think I do. I don't need it until the Doriani swap, but I don't want to recraft it. So we'll craft this right from the get-go. All right, let's do this. Spites. We'll buy 50 to start. Probably more, honestly. It's about the same if I spend a divine or if I don't. So let's do it by divine, shall we? Spend an extra 2 divines on it. Now for bases, if I remember correctly, we want Elder bases at eye level 80. What is T1 MS again? T1 MS is, I'm not banking on getting it. 86, we're not doing that. T1 res 84, so I think we're going for 84 base. Raise Spectre is 75. So let's do this. Leviathan Greaves. I believe it's Leviathan, right? Oh yeah, Orbs
Oh,
of Dominance. How much are they going for?
just opened a breach,
Hmm.
and I'm literally waiting for the mobs to spawn. That pack size there is insane.
Yeah. What if I do 3 for 4?
Oh, they spawned.
Hmm.
Spawn, guys.
Mine is down, but 350, 340.
I'll put the word out.
All that is doing is thing. Let's get Leviathan Greaves that have Elder Influence. I level 84, so we can get T1 res.
Want to speak to how bad the nerfs were to breach? Lost Unity rank.
Hmm.
A ring that used for Herald auto bombers. As you
Yeah.
hit like
Fair breeze on the wind
1-2D,
today. Wouldn't
it's
you
almost
say,
30.
Exile?
Totally. But
You get that ring from the Ashen Tool fights, so high ring lands. That's how little people are getting that.
You've got affairs
Totally.
you might want to tend.
07. Okay. Does POE.re have this? Let me see. Hmm. Leviathan Greaves with nah. Only +1 all. As far as I know.
I don't know if you already did your unique maps, but I'm down. Just let me know.
Is it worth? I don't think it's worth. Copy of the Elder. Isn't that just very vague? Here we don't read. For unique maps, I'm currently crafting.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't know if you already did it. I was just asking in general.
Oh no, I haven't done it yet. I only did Putrid
Just let me know.
Cloister because I needed prefixes can be changed craft, but that's about it.
It's fine. Just let me know.
Not Putrid. Coward's Trial. Wait. Yeah, the Coward's
That's the one
Trial.
I'm done too. That's the one I got invited to.
Hmm. I fucking knew it. So really, this should have been this. Cool. Anyways, we have that. Now we need to Wild Bristle Matron. Wild Bristle Matron. Or suffixes can be changed. I don't think I have the chaoses to do this, so we need to convert. Yep, we need to convert. I'm out of gold. Where's Johan?
Exile.
I think I've spent like, how much did I have in gold before? I don't even know.
Well, make it happen. Enjoy that.
Research for this.
I'd consider that a win.
We'll get the third guy. And then we'll just go try crafting.
I'd consider.
Oh, this guy has been watch your eye re-rolling. Oh yeah, I haven't done bestiary. All right, Ironheart, take me.
It will.
Take me where I need to go. Also, meta.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, Exile. The ritual is complete.
So now we have suffixes cannot be changed. We now need to reforge influence, which I think is 500 blue juice, which I don't think I have. But I will need a fair amount of it anyway, so. Wait, this is 5k and 1. Reforge chaos rather. That's what I need to do. Reforge chaos is 100 yellow juice. That's desecrated ground. Thank God I remembered. And next we Orb of Dominance. We can use League Mechanic on it, but let me make sure. Let me check. And let me see what it looks like when it comes to the intangibility.
Speak. What are we after this time?
Holy. That isn't worth it. That is not worth it. All right. We'll go back to spamming. Suffix is full. Odd Bristle Matron.
The first ones are watching Survivor. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete.
Give me a second.
Me giving Eldritch Monsters 160% fire raise. And wondering why I'm doing no damage. That's just so funny.
I'm back. I am trying to decide if it's worth trying to annul all of this stun and block recovery to actually go for a good third mod. I know I plan to not have a good mod there, but like I still want a good mod. What else would I do with that currency? I can't use it for any of the reforges. I can't use it for any reforge, right? So that's just off the table. What else? Exalt Slam.
You weren't here, but I was saying, wow, me when I'm doing the Pikachu face meme, when I give all the Eldritch monsters 160% fire us.
Wait, I don't do damage.
Oh wow, but I have flammability on auto proc. Yeah, so minus 33 of.
Oh, 7. I think it's worth trying to annul this. Worst case scenario, I get the new base and I start again. Let's do it. Let's do it, I think. Because, like, it's a 1 in 2. We hit that. Well, we remove that mod. And then the goal is to reforge something we actually care about. Doesn't have to be good, but just something.
Just say the word.
36k. Yo, the Deadman's offer cross of everything is just insane. What the fuck? You want to do anything of value? Okay, you're going to run that pocket.
The upgrades give you reduced cost, right?
I have all the non fracture upgrade. Like just the 5th one I'm missing. Like if I open the Reddit posts, where is the link? But I think you put it on PA1, potentially, maybe. Yeah. Yes, I have everything except this Kishara's Rest, I think. Let's look for the crafts. Let's see if let's see if I have it. Infested bathyspheres and Kishara. Kishara's Rest. I don't have a Kishara's Rest. He hit it. Holy. G fucking G. Wait. Finally. All right, we keep these two in separate areas. Jesus, that was not fun. If you find infamous fire to chaos. All right, let's do this infested bathysphere, and once this is done, I assume. Oh, they've already made a change live where you can actually use the bathysphere to.
Yeah, you can use it as well.
That's nice.
Here we go.
Where are you pointing me to, my G? Nowhere? Okay. I think now we can kind of tell just how inflated the pool of things he was pointing to is, simply because like now nothing is pointing to anywhere.
Back to the bathysphere.
Like I don't think I needed to do anything here, but there was nothing of importance for it to even point to. Yeah, I've already done this one. I didn't get anything from it. So now I just need to try Kishara's Rest. So that amulet happily took like 7,000 alterations to hit +1 all once. That's crazy. That is crazy. Can I just type Kishara's Rest? What is with this pricing things for fucking chromes, man? Every season there's just something.
Free market, bro.
Got some dead man sulfur for me.
$65 chaos.
I'd consider that a
Patch think.
Oh, it was regenerating. Oh, he has Conk Ground. I gave him Conk Ground on hits. Can you help me kill this boss, please?
I'm doing my underground
Alright.
or underwater for sure. Once I'm done, I can. But that was a waste of the auto thing.
Back to the bathysphere.
I'm ready, and not before.
One step closer to Rich. That nasty old crab's up to no good again, is she? Well, whatever it is Velka's doing down there, we can't let it happen. Reckon it's best we talk to Velka. That'll do.
Back for more? Makes my skin crawl imagining what Velka can do with the power of the Allflame at her disposal. It's just as well he restored me to full strength. Or close enough anyway. Not sure we'd be able to stop her otherwise. There. I've done everything I can. It's all up to you now. Speak.
What do you mean it's all up to me now? So can I fracture an item? What's an item I would want to fracture? I'll just go gamble for an item, I guess. And then we'll be back to test.
Look at you! Practically glowing with the power. That'll do.
Wait a second. So what am I meant to do? Where's that post? Then go to the furnace below deck and infuse your power. After that, use the now explored Kishara's rest chart in a voyage. What about the now empowered Kishara's rest chart in a voyage? Oh, use the one in the voyage. Okay. So Val plan voyage. I'll need to do this. So now I have to do a voyage. Alright, I guess I should get to charting. We have 3 down. That craft drained the fuck out of me. Lost ruins. We have 3. We need 6. Alk. Exalts.
In you go. Hope you're ready for this.
But even as they pop up for one Allflame remaining.
When I'm ready.
Back to the bathysphere. One step closer to Rich. Patched it up all right, I think.
Eventually, it would be a lot of money to just enter a chart and beeline it for using everything. Actually, I think it even is just now because each one that gives you like 2k is already give you like 5 chaos. Also, who the is it a spirits? Oh, it is. Welcome back. For the army, I am gathering sulfur.
In you go.
Just let me know when you're out of it.
Can't wait to see what you find.
You mean for the unique maps?
It's not unique. It's just a map boss I can't kill.
Oh. I forgot about that.
Okay.
Ooh, brother stash. Remember when you had money?
Hurry back.
Looks like I found whatever the treasure was.
One step closer to Rich.
I thought for sure you were dead this time.
What did you get, boss?
No buffs. Just Ground and Ignite.
Oh,
He's healing before I can actually do damage. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I guess double HP.
plus I don't have all my upgrades that I'm actually
He does have
going for.
42 area res too and endurance on hit. So those are some tank mods. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Neither pauper nor...
Where is my Chaos Res hybrid mod at?
Ooh,
I've been waiting for that
finally!
shit.
A divine from a message in a bottle.
Do you know where it is?
You can just search it on the map device
Fair. About that.
or crafting bench too. I guess Mesa is fine.
The damage, all damage can ignite. It's really cool because my temper shield will actually ignite a pack and then hit a coral with chain explode.
Oh, nice.
So I'm actually at some, like for some mapping, I'm just like shield charging. I can't block yet, but hopefully soon.
I am back from the gym and I see out here is on the bright side, I actually do have the mod. It's just I haven't finished crafting it. The amulet ate 7,000 what do you call it? 7,000 for your reference. In case you're curious.
So crazy.
7,000 illustrations for a 1 in 1,700. Rookie numbers?
That's bait.
I don't know. Bait or facts, we will never know. Lamau. All right, you asked for it. I should probably do Dunes. Dunes is probably a better map for it.
You are unworthy.
Now I want to know is Arcane, how did that Ice Crash slam build go? Second, what's your most current build? I think I heard something of Ignites. Lastly, when are you going to put a trigger on Luminary?
Hmm?
He's asking how your Ice Crash is going. And by the way, the Ice Crash is the Ignite build.
It's a nice Crash Ignite build, yeah. That's good. It took a while. It was kind of rough there for a little bit. I was kind of launching TLI. Oh shit, I gotta launch TLI today.
Yes, you should.
But it was good. I just got the belts that makes all my damage ignite. Cost me 7 div. It was all my currency. And now I'm trying to make enough to buy Covenant, but I'm kind of broke. I generally have had 10 C to my name this whole time. I think it's been an unlucky league for me, but you know, it's all good. TLDR feels good so far. Single target leaves a lot to be desired, but I expected that from an Ignite build.
When I'm ready and not before. I need more mana.
What do you mean you need more mana? Where's your ES? Less recovery rate of ES, of course. I just had to take less recovery rate, right? I guess I wasn't rejecting this, so there's that. But like, it shouldn't be 100%. Like, I should be recovering. But yeah, I guess I'm playing this mana-less. Every character you ever play streaming, I need more mana. I mean, in my case, we rolled this mod. I should never get that error, but like, yeah, I have no ES currently. Where's his character? I'm blind. It's there. Okay. There you go.
They are coming.
Your luck's running away. Might of his hand!
Alrighty. You're welcome.
Mother, please die.
07. Oh, Val, why can't I click the bathysphere?
Casper, load 'em up. Deep breaths. Heave-ho! Hurry back.
When I'm ready and not before.
Let's just take the safe route. I was going to try to just go through it anyways, but I've been Blink has been known to act up at times.
All right. Can't wait to see what you find. Thought you bought it for sure. This should be fun. This'll be one for the songs.
There's a Val vessel in here. I just got what? An insane headache just hit me all at once. What the fuck? It's gone now. I wonder why the Evolve vessels in this area.
Thought you bought it for sure.
Okay, Val. I'm gonna need you to take me on a voyage, alright?
Yeah.
Golden Lantern, so we prioritize going top left first. Oh shit, I want a lot of res in the bottom right quadrant. Build Scrabble. Also want to get to bottom left, so I'm thinking we go top left into bottom right. It's probably the play. Now, out of everything we've seen here, We'll want golden lanterns. Probably this guy. As for additional and then the 4, so that's 8 additional.
Where no pirate has gone before. Time to face Velka head on.
Okay. This has increased number of rare monsters in adjacent areas. Why do they make it very hard to see what this is granting? I want rare monsters here. So is there any that increase them? This is a 60%. So we def want this one there.
Where no pirate has gone before. If this is it, well, it's been fun.
I would like this to be in the middle, but realistically, it can't be in the middle if I want this to be here, because then this one won't be able to exist. So it has to be a 3-sider. Like this. This can then be a 4-sider. Then
maybe this will be the one.
holy, Dave just dropped a mage blood from a message in a bottle.
Holy. GG.
Congratulations.
That shit isn't void. I think it's weighted to be potentially better. I don't think it's like void card.
I don't think it's void card because then it would be trash. I just don't think it's the most common way to get good stuff. But it's also
Milky
you
said he
will get good
opened,
stuff.
I didn't know you could sell them, by the way.
Oh,
You
interesting.
sell them on trade on the currency exchange.
Love.
Like 40 apiece if you don't want to open. But
In it.
Milky opened 40 today and dropped 15 of them were divines. Figured I'd tell you that. I don't know. That information is useful to you or not. But
You opened 40
yeah,
and 50 were
15 of them
divines.
down.
Or 15.
Yeah.
Hang in there, Vesper. We're on it.
I think this is fine. These and these are gold. This is lantern. So we go top left, bottom right, and we go from there.
Patched it up all right, I think. Say it plain.
Don't go. I have to go in. This is a special one that's going to give me an upgrade. I kind of have to at this point.
Can't wait to see what you find.
They haven't added the thing, right? You bought 25 messages in a bottle.
None can stand against us.
How much you
Interesting.
buy them? How much you buy them for?
How much was each one?
None can stand against us.
Each one is 45 chaos.
Yeah, so about what I thought. So, getting close to a quarter of a div. If not literally a quarter of a div right now, because I just bought div at 120 and something.
Yeah, so that is a third of a div if even.
Gnocchi, according to him, he kind of just broke even on that by dropping the 15. So, yeah,
Like by opening it?
yeah.
Makes sense.
So, I could see the reason for both if you're not a gambling person. Like, it's one of the few things I would probably just open because dropping an MB would be really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Or Mirror Shard, I guess, but that's worth a lot less.
Or a mage blood? Oh no, he said mage blood first. Oh, this is Allflame lantern, so at the bottom left. Which means we need to be heading towards the what's it called? The top left. That is where we ultimately want to head. And I'm just doing my mental mathing on where the fuck I am. We'll just keep going top left. I have no idea which one is the what do you call it, by the way, the lead maker, the thing I meant to do. Zero idea, but I guess it's by design. I don't know, we'll see. Probably should have tried to pay more attention, but oh well. Yeah, we're now in top left. We have all the lanterns. We've done 3 lanterns, I believe. Speaking of 3 lanterns, what's the quant? 40%. So is it 10 per?
Here's one more.
Yeah, it is 10% quant per lantern. Why is he pushing me? Oh. I'm going to go to my stream just to make sure that I'll try to find just before I went in. I want to see if I actually can tell. Top right is the bathysphere one, infested bathysphere, which I don't have to redo. I hate that when you hover on the items on the actual, what do you call them, on the voyage chart, you don't see, it doesn't look like the I guess let's do it, go all the way back here. Ishara's Rest is a corner. And that bottom left corner, if I remember correctly, eventually went to top left. So currently Kishara's Rest is bottom middle. And if I wasn't streaming, I'd have no idea. So I'm in top left. So now we go bottom middle to make sure we get the quest done. That is a priority.
Too much clutter.
Yeah. So this is all left. I think it's right in here. If this will take me to bottom middle here. And then this goes to the dead end. So this is bottom middle, yeah. Cool. So yeah, I'm heading in the right direction. This is an 8 mod map. It is.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
So I think this should be around where Kishara's thing is.
Lucy is no mother of brine. Her vision for our future is small. These brine raw are feeble, inbred, and stupid. They shrink in fear at my glorious visage. Fools! My form is a gift from So Arthur itself. Rise, Kishara, the true mother whose children founded our clan. You dominated the seas so that every shore knew our name. With you at our helm, we will sail to the ends of the world and take every power it has to offer. Velka.
Yeah. So we are just dropping raw dead man sulfur for because we are in her zone or something. But like, where is the actual? Isn't this supposed to be a boss fight or something? Or like, am I missing? Ooh, ethereal Allflame. Oh wait, no, it's because I think bottom right had rare monsters dropped. Jolty, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. He had rare monsters drop Dead Man's Sulfur. That's what's happening here. So we are getting a ton of Dead Man's Sulfur. Because we're in the bottom
Is there
right.
one that can be only divines?
I've seen it. Pointing me in this direction, eh? This direction. Now you're pointing me here. I mean, they showed the divine one during the reveal stream.
Okay. Just so monsters cannot drop equipment.
Mm-hmm. There's something like that. Now you're pointing me in this direction. Now this direction. That's a lot of quant, my G. Have we looted here? We've basically looted the entire area. I'm guessing this is the fight. Yeah, this is the war fight.
The Allflame is ours.
Velka the Tide Witch.
I'll tear it from your hide.
Pressy the Tamed Behemoth. Who needs to see mechanics anyways? That's overrated.
Run for your life if you know what's good for you.
Am I actually running?
Yes, yes, yes. Snap. Crazy.
Why do I see an anchor just randomly chilling at the top of your screen?
Jaws of the deep. Arc bolt. Crushing tide. Blast.
You're fucked.
Damn you! I love my revenge.
Orbiting Scripture and Velka's Allflame. Spiny round shield. I think those are the only things that are exclusive to Hellfire, right? Whole bunch of hidden shit. Oh look, Legacy of the Brine. Inflicts barnacles on nearby enemies every second. Honestly, I'll accept the bloodline because I don't know that I plan on having a different bloodline yet. And if anything, I do like the idea of the barnacle. Yeah. So that might be really big for defenses. All right. We found our way to the fights. Sea Blaster is dirt cheap. All right. Now we can kind of explore as we desire. So each one of these is just going to drop at least one. How about this?
Too much clutter.
Wait, so now that I have quest items, I can't do anything about it. They just... Their job is just to exist. Okay, let's see something real quick. If I go to this bathysphere, do I see the same thing? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. So in theory, I can just keep filling up the bathysphere regardless, and then whenever it's full, I just send it. That's good to know. What should I use empower over? When should I use empower over returning prod? Over returning prod, you don't replace return prod with empower. You can replace something else with empower, but the only reason you'd use empower is if you need help getting to level 25. If you're getting to level 25 without empower, then you don't need to use empower, or you should not use empower. Ooh, 2 messages in a bottle. Another one. I think that's like 5 this run. Surely we get some good.
Ouch! Burn my fingers.
Okay, let's go to a bathysphere we've used in the past, see if it is no longer there. Cool. So we have to find one that we haven't used.
Hurry back!
Okay, where are the monsters that are supposed to attack me? But you're finally here. Jesus, that closed so quick. 16K. 10C is like 4K. What did I say 4K? 1400. No, yeah, 4K actually. So that's about 40C already in that. That's kind of nice. And then we had 5K we picked up from the floor. So we got 30K from there. Changes and modify that granted single attributes. Even that Ducat is cheap AF. What the hell?
Ah, it's you. What do you need? Oh, I knew this shite was heretical. Those damn hypocrite Templars.
Gain adrenaline on placing your final lantern. 20% increased rarity found in charts and voyages.
Calm seas and clear skies.
Was that the last one?
Speak. Reckon I can rustle something up to your liking?
I got Velka's Allflame. Take this to Valerie. Oh. Where the hell is Val? Oh, there she is.
You did it! This is what it's all been about. Please work.
Am I back? I can feel the sun again. The wind.
Oh shit, he has a body now.
I can still feel the ship.
You're still tied to the Sovereign.
I think so.
That's all right. We're getting there. That weren't even the original source of the Allflame. Just something close to it. We'll keep going. Keep searching. Hope you're still up for adventure, first mate. Job ain't over till it's over.
What she means is thank you. Thank you for your aid.
Yeah.
GG. Alright, let's start with the messages in the bottle. We got 4. And then the shield, of course. The shield is max cold res, savage barnacle. But it doesn't say what savage barnacle does. We'll be right there. So each message in the bottle is 45C. Let's see. Nope. We're getting belts. Ooh. Okay, we got 5 div from that one. And then we're going for detail, so. Was it worth? For this set? Yes, it was. Alright. You want to borrow 2 divs? Or are you joking?
Today's a good day.
Oh wait, I don't think he's actually on stream, so never mind. How much are ethereal Allflames? 83 chaos. Beautiful. Wait, what? We got Lion's Pelt with dexterity fractured? And that's not worth anything. Cool. All of these are just us. Can I sell these?
That'll do.
Okay. Now we should have all the crafting we need. Maces or scepters. Nah, probably not worth anything.
Yeah. Onwards.
I'm done diving for now. I came out with 500k gold. Life is good, I think. All right. And that is it for, well, no, we're not quite done with this area though. What's next? We did all of this so we could get some league mechanic currency, I think. But like at the same time, I don't know that was the only barrier for me. Was it?
I'll do what I can to help.
36k. Like a few of the lines to try this, and I only get 2 out of it when I could just continue the crafting.
You've a choice to make.
Woo! We won. Holy. Surely we keep winning. What are you trying to get? So now we need to do prefixes. Suffixes can be changed. Reforge. I'll do reforge fire. Sounds pretty good. Do we not go for +2 wand? Oh, I have +2 wand. Right now, this was the bigger one. I'm not going to try to annul the crit off because screw that. What I'm going to do instead is I am going to do this, and the goal is a suffix.
What do you need? Got something in mind?
We can wipe out the prefixes if it's a suffix.
Keep that one close to the chest.
Global crit is, intelligence is as well. So now we can, prefixes can be changed and null and pre we hit the crits. Don't hit it, don't hit prefixes. God damn it. Of course, you just delete my 2D. Ooh, okay, cool. Now, what do we want on this amulet? I don't want to rely on this amulet for res or anything like that, or attributes even, because it's going to replace it after a while. But I guess for now, let's do res. That's like the only thing I care for. But here's the thing. If I reforge elemental, then I think I have a chance of hitting flat damage to attacks on prefix. If I do life, it's even worse. Build chaos. I could add or remove, I guess, but that's money I don't spend. Let's see. Oh, that is a really good ring. Kind of hard to finish. Asides, maybe Allflame crafting the last suffix. Yeah. So you need to Allflame craft the suffix. Because you can't reforge that. I can't force exalt suffixes, right? No, I cannot. Would you be making videos on how to craft this? Well, first I have to figure out what I'm doing with it, I guess. So once I figure that out, then we'll see if there's anything to do on it. Yeah. True. Something that can be finished. If I have AD after my crafting, I will let you know. I think this is the easiest point to just exalt slam and see what I get. If I get a good suffix, we can go from there.
Yes. What are we after this time? Keep that one close to the chest.
That is a lot of strength, holy. Okay. So we have double, which means it's just another exalt. Oh, I can't exalt a suffix at this point, so what I need to do is I can't veil anything. I need to block mana. Well, now I need to, let's try something. Now we throw a fracture on it and we rage. But like, it's fine either way.
I'll do what I can to help.
That is not happening. I'm sorry. I don't know that it's worth it. What do you mean 100k sulfite? 100 and how many?
Speak. Want something? Just say
118. How much is the divine right now? Divine's like 120. And we've established that 40 chaos is about 4k. So a divine is about 12k. So this is like 10 divines. No, I'm sorry. I could YOLO try it, but no. It doesn't need to be fractured. Give me my thing back. Beef. Yeah. So what's the next step? I think we just offer them. We just keep throwing exalt at it. But now that we're throwing exalts, we need to not block life, but rather block mana. And if we don't hit life, that is when we...
good as new. Better, even.
Cool. And now we can benchcraft life.
Need something?
We need more sulfur. The way this craft basically just devolved into ult spam, exalt spam with league mechanic, so that you can you can pick the best outcome. That's literally what it just devolved into. Oh wait, no. 10 chaos is 4200. So that means it is times 10 of this. 42k is 100 chaos.
All in order.
42k is 100 chaos. So let's just say it's about maybe an extra 20 from there, so that's an extra 8k. So yeah, so like 50k is a divine, so that's about 2 divines to see what you fracture, which I'm just not going to fracture. So this amulet is Giga attributes.
Yes. I'll do what I can to help. Keep that one close to the chest.
Holy. How many attributes do you need? Fucking yes. If you run into attribute issues with this guy, you're stuck in +1 gem jail. This amulet is no fucking joke, can I just say? She will keep you in that jail forever. I spent what? 500? 7k alterations in order to get +1. Intrinsic catalysts 15.
All in order. I'll let you know. We'll make it happen.
Your one-stop shop for attributes in an amulet. So just by having these 3, we're looking at what? Maybe not 103 life. That's not being truthful. We have 55 life. We have 98 to strength, 34 to dex, 74 to int. Holy. And we are just slowly bleeding out there. I see you. I fucking see you. And now we are no longer bleeding out. We have a max of 10 specters with this setup. So we didn't lose anything, but now we no longer have to use this and we're getting a shit ton of damage from there. Then we move Desecrates, Flesh Offering, and Life Tap. And then for these ones, you're going to go somewhere else. By the way, did you use a 4 socket for the +2? I seem to just be able to win with a... I use a 3 sockets. You need a 3 socket on an eye level 81 or lower base. I'll say it's 70 to 80, 81. That base range, 3 socket resonator works for that. You can't get T1 of certain mods like attack has speed to increase damage, but that's fine. But yeah, this is what I got. Now for you, I need to do I guess I do suffixes can't be changed, reforge. Code. Because I can't do chaos because chaos has a prefix and it can break that way. I need Obas Cursed. Arcane, are you here for unique maps? He is not here. Yeah. To just make sure we have everything we need, we throw this. Are we capturers? Yeah, we're capturers. Is there anything here we don't need? We no longer need Arcanist Brand. Conductivity. That. We can no longer use Vitality. Why? Why? Because of you? I get more ints from this guy than I got from you. Nothing else there should be giving me flat mana. And the weapon had 10 ints. But again, I overall come out with 346 ints. I don't see a universe where, unless it has mana, which it does not, I don't see how. Neither of you have mana. This is 24, this is 10, that's 34. This guy's 40 and 34, all at this is 74. So how can we not use... I don't get it. But we shall use that for level 14. Still not enough. There we go. So that's all the dexterity I think I need.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Bro. That looks like Frostwall and Flea kind of enemy. Back to some Deconic streams. Welcome back.
What are you doing?
Where were you? I need this.
Snack.
How long will you go for said stock?
Oh.
I need this crowd to continue. This crowd to continue my crafting.
Okay.
High the
Yeah,
vitality.
I've been ready, but you were doing the thingy, so I was like, alright, while he does that, I'll just.
I know. Where on earth is the last guy? You bitch. Wanna see the... This is the one that's been completed so far.
Oh shit. Oh, you're crafting that.
Yeah.
And not before.
Nice.
The next craft is this guy. Around about 15 days earlier today, so trying to decide what's the next upgrade is. Nice one. Thank you, thank you. Pretty good one. I just finally upgraded, changed this as well. I basically crafted this 7,000 alteration orbs to hit +1 all. It's crazy. You use Vespa too, right? For the wand, you don't use Vespa for the resonator step. You use Vespa for the annul step once you do get your thing. So, like you get, once you're using 3 sockets, you're going to get a 6 mod wand. If you have a fracture at least, you're practically guaranteed to get a 6 mod wand. Then you use Vespa to annul one of the suffixes and you hope you win. +1 fractured chest. I don't know if it's worth crafting up a +1 fracture chest because we're going to replace it anyways. So I don't know if it's worth, you know, doing all that. I would say go for a +1 that has good prefixes and then just try to craft the suffixes. Way cheaper, and it's way cheaper, and you don't have to invest too much into your chest piece that you're going to replace eventually. We do suffixes cannot be changed, and then we reforge fire cold. Okay. Let me see code mods. Yeah, that's the only code mod. So that's a decent one. What about fire? So I don't seem to have the juice for it. Yeah, fire is fine. Holy! This is Reforged Firefight, by the way.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
Dude, what? What do you actually mean? Okay. I won't say no to T1 life, T1 fire res, and T2 armor. Like, share. If you're gonna treat me like that, by all means, do what you need. Now we just 6-link it and quality it. Now we go for 1 blue sockets. I almost made the mistake of touching my gear without going to town. Then I was like, I know better than to do that. Okay, we're still going to need to do something about that. So like, we're just going to remove these two preemptively because my support specters are going to be down by the time I go back in. All right, so which one is supposed? These are the support specters. We need to resummon them. So Spirit of Fortune, Turtle. Cool. So now we have a gem level 28 race specter. The next thing we should be doing is replacing the shield. We're not gonna miss the shield. So that means we get a beta bind point. By the way, I did the final upgrade. I don't know if you're here for it.
No, I wasn't.
That's good.
Yeah? Did you have
yeah.
to fight the boss?
You have to do the thing, the chart, and then you have to do it in the voyage. But you have to remember where you placed in the voyage. I had to go to my ship to see where I placed it. It's kind of us that we still can't see it, and I don't think seeing it's going to be the solution. And I say that because even when it's on the charts, we can't see the native, like the implicits and all that he has. Like we can't see, oh, he has connected maps to do this. We still can't see that. So I think it's still not great.
Makes sense.
Arcane Surge, when you do, I would like to have race specters having as much life as without increasing the price as I can get. 62% with decent ES. Yeah, where's that 62%?
It's a gilded wonder. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah. Replace the chest for what? We're going to replace our chest piece for Doriani eventually. We're not going to stay with a +1 Spectre chest, so I don't think it's worth like I don't think it's worth going for an insane chest piece. You want a serviceable chest piece. Plus, you can get +1 Spectre with like good prefixes, and then go ahead and craft the suffixes. You can do something like that. I will probably keep this because of it just solves so much chaos res until I'm ready to Doriani swap, I feel like. Faster attacks and shield charge MS. Let's do that. So let's go for a red green. Red green, red green. Give me red green. You have red. I'm so used to only crafting by not being in town. Let's go back to town real quick. We're going to get 2 extra minions now. With these 2 extra minions, we're going to pick up a forest warrior. And probably another Defiler. We could do Blasphemer. We can't suck a trick anymore, I think. But we probably can. We'll just take patience. Will this socket ever even show up with the color? Maybe we can't socket trick because he's not even showing up blue. Never mind. So that's not happening. We just have to chrome spam until... Honestly, green is overrated. We'll just stick with red. Then we need to automate stuff. Something else needs to leave my links, and I think that's vitality.
Let's see what we can do, eh?
That makes sense. I thought the last time I played your version, I had Merc League and the Merc was Dory. Yeah. So you don't waste currency on what's it called? Fracture. Just go for something that's good, but not too expensive. So now we then replace Flesh Offering with Bone Offering. Do we even have Bone Offering? No, we do not. Speaking of, we might as well give this its good 20% quality. Now that we are here, let me look at the gem links on this setup real quick. Not the high budget, the medium budget. I don't think this works anymore. You don't think what works? What's your helm rule? So now we're going to do this. And then we're going to do that. And then we're going to fit in block soon. I think. Oh yeah, we came here for bone offering as well. So bone offering. And then we quality this up. So it's a 20% quality. Gonna have to see what the fossils were you hit and try to pop a good one, but I don't think next to ditch bargain. The fossils I did 3 socket resos, metallic corroded shuddering on an eye level 70 to like 81 base. It can't be above 81. That's the important part. I think it can be slightly less than 70, but we just stick to like this is a 72. Like that's around where I look for fractured bases. Actually, this is it worth 2 divines still?
I think I can sell.
Kind of wouldn't have expected that. How many hits did it take you? It's a 1 in 18. I took 36. But my 36 one gave me this base with full suffixes, because if you go for a fractured base, you are more likely than not going to hit a 6 modded wand. So what you do is after you use the resonators, you're going to Allflame annul, and by Allflame I mean lead mechanic. You Allflame annul the wand and hope you hit your suffix. There you get to remove the suffix, and then prefixes can be changed. Scour to remove all suffixes and then just trigger. Or you can just craft trigger without the last step. All the same, because you don't need it. You don't need another mod there. Crit does nothing for defilers. They have 0% base crit, so you know nothing's happening there. We can change this from dexterity. No, we cannot. We need dexterity. How do we still need dex? How is the one modifier we cared the most about just the one that doesn't show up here? Like how? What is our luck? Swap to Goliaths. Skeletons aren't the greatest. So we have bone offering set up, conductivity, frostblink, this support specters. Cool. This is what I need to see. Still, auras are purity, flesh and stone, and zealotry. Purity, flesh and stone, zealotry. So yeah. That means one of you goes up there. I can't do this in town, so we're going out of town. Next, we need to link it. I feel like I should buy better gloves. Not even I feel like, I know I should buy better gloves. Automation, this. And then we'll put Arcane Surge in there for hard speed to go on our minions. And I think after that, we can run some unique maps, Arcane. Where is Frostblink? Steel Skin come. Oh. Chaos Orbs, Gem Cutters, 3.
I'll put the word out.
We're going to try this. And if it feels suckish, we're not going to bother with it. Alright. In the meantime, I need to pee. I'll be right back. Hopefully Arcane is back by then. I'm back. Is Arcane here yet? I don't think he is. What did you say your helm roll was again? %? Is max, right? I forgot what Savage Barnacle does, but I feel like it has to do with brine something. Okay, POEDB it is. Savage Barnacle. Create a giant barnacle that continually snaps at enemies, dealing offhand area damage augmented by the defenses of the shield. Wait, what? 4 to 6 base offhand physical damage per 15 armor or EV on shield. Base radius is 1.8 meters. On killing blow with your offhand. So you'd basically, to trigger this, you'd have to trigger it, but you'd have to be using a shield skill like, I don't know, Spectral Throw maybe? Is that even a shield stuff? I feel like it's a shield skill in this game, right? Or is that the axe one? I forget. New skill in Act 2. Which skill is that? Oh yeah. Divine Blasts. I think. Yeah, I know that one. Thinking of grabbing that for 250C and I'll try crafting on it. You mean the fractured base? Or did you send something? Oh yeah, then that should be fine. I bought this base for 3D, 2D, and then I crafted it up from there. Let me give me a second. I'll call Arcane's phone and we'll see if we can do some unique maps. Actually, real quick, we might as well just run a regular map so we can actually finish my current compass setup. Compass skill wraps. And hopefully it gets back in that time. They blocked the link. You can send it depending on the site. You might be able to send it on Twitch. If it's like screenshots, then yeah, it won't go through YouTube, and you know Twitch will do the same thing they did last time. But I guess I could also permit you on Twitch so it doesn't time you out temporarily. But you'd have to give me a heads up. So now we actually have block. Feels nice. I don't like the auto convocation. Oh, I haven't even finished setting up my minions, I realize. Because I don't have my perfect forest warrior yet. Let's get perfect forest warrior, which means bone offering, This go out. Perfect. Forest. Warrior. Y'all and this Chrome BS. Next, I can put a Defiler in, or I can go for Blasphemer. I'll go find that Defiler for now. Take out Spell Echo preemptively. Oh. Flesh and Stone goes back there. This goes there. This goes there. This goes there. And we have our 12 Spectres. Cool. And as a result, we now have Onslaught. We no longer have to worry about these guys because we now block properly. So like our block is actually impressive. 63, 71, 74. So we don't have to worry about the lightning bolts anymore, thankfully. Oh my god. I don't think I clicked that button because I have no business clicking F typically, but that was scary. My damage is so much higher. And so are my defenses. The beauty of going up in budgets. Also, I am much faster as a result. I did not kill the boss? Bruh. So true. Actually so true. Trade a big deal. Just grab it. I level 81, 20% attack speed. Oh yeah, that's good. That's really good. All right, we're done with that map. Let's call Arcane. Give me a second, and then we'll see if he still wants to run some unique maps. Dude isn't picking his calls either. All right. In that case, we just farm King's March. We buy our scarabs. The intangibility makes it so it will be hard to annul off the suffix. You basically have to YOLO annul it. That's the one thing that strikes me off. The intangibility is very, very high. They probably use the Allflames to fracture the base or something, is my guess. I don't... This is really high. What's the next best? What's the next price? Be known to YOLO? I mean, just keep in mind that if you're YOLOing yourself for a 6 mod, you essentially have a 3 in 5 chance to hit a prefix, which you don't want, unless it's like a bad prefix. But you need to hit one of the two suffixes, and there are only 2 suffixes you can't hit. So you have a higher chance of hitting prefixes than suffixes. Next is 4D, so like 1.5. Actually, like 2D higher. Do you have the budget to afford it? Because if you spend a bit more now, it can save you quite a bit of re-rolling potentially with the annul step. Because if you annul off a prefix, you have to just go back to slam jail. It's a 1 in 30, 1 in 18. $40, 21, 81. I would take this. Budget is 14D. I would take the 4D personally, because there'd be less RNG to the annul step. But that's me. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So we have this scarab. We need to get everything else. So 33. Okay.
I should raise
Bro, what?
my fears.
So we have 9, so that's 31. Smiths, appreciate the follow on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. 33.
All in order.
Oh shit.
I'll let you know.
Came to Twitch to subscribe. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the prime. You are welcome. Glad I could help. Next we have fumes. We go enriching and then we'll go hordes. 24. I'm out of chaoses, holy. Completely out, right? We'll go through 2. No, 3. Because I still need to buy 8 mod maps.
I should raise my fears.
And then next is hordes. Because we want to...
We'll make it happen. I'll put the word out.
Yeah. Dark Pope, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. And next, we look for 8 mod map sellers. See if any of these guys that I have bought in the past have restocked. If not, we just go for a new potential guy. Holy, this guy has so many. Let's go. I love it. Super Pants, what up? Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Pretty good. We did some big crafting today. Basically went from low to mid budget straight into medium budget.
First, Exile.
My guy, how do you have so many tabs that I can't just buy anything from?
Not bad.
So in terms of the things we crafted this beast of an amulet, in the insanity, by the way. We crafted this attribute stacking amulet. It's not really stacking, but like it's insane. And then we crafted these boots. We crafted this wand. Is overcharging for perfect blasphemer. Overcharge benefits Spirit of Fortune as well as blasphemer. Turtle doesn't use it much, but Spirit of Fortune is the biggest benefactor. It's Shock Nova does pretty good damage or pretty good shock chance, so it is our biggest shock bots period. But then yes, once we get perfect blasphemer, eventually that would also benefit from overcharge. Want to make the build, but not sure you have enough to get to working in T16s. What I will say is, I mean, I leak started this, so you can, whatever your budget, you can make it work. That being said, if you're looking for pure specters, then you know you're kind of dependent on the price of Dark Monarch. There are many. I have many versions that are on the cheaper side. Like the version I came out of is less than, I would say less than 20D. I got 25 saved up. Yeah, you can do it. You can do the version I'm currently at, but you can do a good version. I'd recommend the medium budget POB for you at 25D. Your biggest expense honestly might end up being the what's his face, the turtle watcher's eye.
Approach, challenger.
If you put exclamation mark build, my my day 2 setup, there's a page that's like build snapshots. The day 2 setup is basically what you're going for. You're going for midnight bargain. You're making sure you're solving for regen. You're getting Dark Monarch. There's nothing fancy. At least I don't think there's anything too fancy there. But let me just confirm. Yeah, nothing fancy. Once you have your turtle, you get Watcher's Eye, stuff like that. That is basically what you're going to do. 3 socket, metallic, corroded, shuddering, not even 1 double +1. If you got the problem with 3 firing correctly is that 3 can roll +1. Oh yeah, wait, person that linked me something. Oh, okay. You're showing what you're using. But yeah, the problem with 3 socket is that it can roll +1 all +1 chaos. That's not blocked off. So that's what makes it a bit more. It take a bit longer. But 4 sockets are way pricier. We go again, 6 more and see what happens. We're 12 in. Good luck. Give me a second. Hmm. All right, I am back. What did I miss? Oh, this is Jaw. What up? This base, I don't like the base intangibility. It's a bit on the higher side. They all have base intangibilities, so I'll just... That's like the only thing, but 31% is still kind of manageable, but it does mean there's a 31% chance that when you try to annul step, there's a 31% chance when you try to annul step, it shows you only one result instead of two. Just keep that in mind. There's a 2 in 3 chance you get 2 results, and then there's, you know. Besides that, it's fine. Oh, I've completed the map. It's kind of blowing my mind just how fast I am compared to like where I was before. It's actually quite insane with the amount of MS I have now. The beauty of 30% MS boots, I guess. That and actually going for shield charge quality, if I forget. I shouldn't use Vespa when it's in... No, you should not. No, you should not. You're just using You're just using 3 socket resonators, and when you get that, that is when you go to the annul step. And once you add an annul step, you're going to use your Vespa intangibility to try to annul it. Ten of them, sure, we can do that. Who is still alive? Done trying skellies. So we're going for a +2. I should have done that. I forgot that. Oh, lol, yeah. My bad. All right, let's see. Hits or busts? Leaving hideout. Come on. This is gonna be it. God damn it. Satch. Oh, 07. Merc says squishy. Are Merc really that squishy? Game hates me. See, here's the thing. It's not just you. It's also everybody else. I think the wand is deceptively not that easy to hit, because like for me it's a 1 in 18, right? But I did it in 36, like literally double. 25 times counted. 07. I got up to 36 before I finally hit what I got, and I was lucky enough that the annul hits. One of the annul results was a suffix, because I could easily have gotten unlucky on that step as well. But yeah, after going after going for my amulet and getting 7,000 alterations, let's just say I will never underestimate RNG again. 7K was crazy work, like actually. Like I still think about it because it was so recent. It was literally just like an hour or two ago.
Let me guess. House Azadi sent my
Oh shit, kineticist.
Don't waste it.
Haste, kinetic bolt of kinetic run of impact. Like I just go rematch.
By all means, throw your life away. Body and strike true. Don't tell my house. They'd never let me live it down.
Can't do that yet.
Body and strike true.
I like how the merc is here for moral supports and haste. It is here for haste.
Come on now, don't got all day.
Wait, does he have a cry? He has inspiring cry as well? Oh, this is not a bad support merc. Holy, he has inspiring cry as well as haste. And it's still a kineticist? Okay. This is bugged. I already picked up the loot. I don't know why it's not showing accordingly. Ooh, wow, those. Thank you very much. We need to make sure that number goes up. Can't be showing 9 hours there. Did I quality up an offering? Yeah, I did. Ooh, another merc. Surely you're good, right? I can probably deal with a fully charged Verisium node. But I don't want to deal with that guy. The 10 bubble guy. I don't want to deal with him. Cross ambusher. You're not infamous or anything. I'll just take what you have. My next upgrade should realistically be what? Do you plan on dying by chance? Because you are quite tanky. I don't understand why. What did he have? He had Frost Shield, which of course is a big DR area. But that's about it. He did that and shield my minions. I'm no longer scared of you, Varun. I hope you know this. I am not squishy anymore, my dude. My mouse needs charging. There we go. I see marking is off for the night. That's my assumption. Who is that Solita guy? You're gonna lose souls, and when you do, I'll be here. There you go. Lose away. Yes, for those wondering, I never use convocation on automation, but this is the one build that I do it on. But the reason I do it is because I actually don't need to. But the reason I do it is because I want Arcane Surge to be on automation while I map, so I don't have to worry about actually making sure I'm casting or, you know, keeping optimal whatever uptime on it. And the reason I want that is because of the shield giving Arcane Surge to my Spectres. So my Wretched Defilers also get at the cast speed. Which is that plus Onslaught plus from other sources is why they can now cast as fast as they do. Like where I was when we've gained so much. What does that sound? What was happening with the game? I don't think it's worth me picking up these rings. Yeah, they're 2C each. And now we have 1 mil gold in there. We have 11 hours and we just keep put. I think the goal for this is to get that number to above a day. I want to have so much value in there that I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about it's going off. I want my smelters working all the time. Perma. Isn't that, depending on the league, isn't this good? Add series foible. Guess this league mana suckers, I think it's mana suckers that use this. Yeah, mana suckers aren't eating that good. Sad. Depending on the league, that could be a pretty expensive. Ooh. Depending on the league, it could be pretty expensive. Too rough. Get in. On their spammables. But it's different if they have that. Ooh, what is almost killing me? Holy. What's up? Did you? It was for the unique maps, but were you sleeping?
Yeah, I can't wait to watch something. I just...
Lol. Probably should go to bed then.
I want to play. Just beat my man. I just finished my 100.
Ooh.
Can I get along?
I don't think I had my offering up. All right. I mean, I'm down if you are.
See that they get sketched.
What's that? I need to do something about my lack of an actual cluster jewel. Something needs to be done. You need what?
I need a loan.
2D loan?
It's not really 2D. It's more like 150, but I'll take what I can get.
Lucky
all
for
my
you, I just
coins.
dropped the divine. Well, to be fair,
Yeah.
I actually have liquid. I have 5 div liquid.
I thought you had 30.
That was before crafting. The fuck? You thought it was gonna live?
You were 3K alts at that point. I thought you were chilling. What's costing that much to craft?
I can link it.
No, you good. Crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. No enchant, totally. Thanks, man. I owe you 2 div.
Like I can't blight anointed obviously, but +1 specters is +1 specters, and of course that gets doubled by dark monarch. One of my next upgrades, honestly, I should be looking at congregation, because congregation gives me a shit ton of support specters. 13D. When is my next 50 mil shipment going to be? Oh, I need to fill this socket too. At the rate I am going, if I had to guesstimate, it would be next tomorrow. So tomorrow is, if I go to work tomorrow, then it'll be next. It will be next tomorrow. If I don't, and I call in sick, which is a possibility, then it might be tomorrow night. It might be Wednesday. Because if I call in sick, I'm not spending all day blasting, that's for sure. But I will make a lot of progress. Why not? I mean, I enjoy just chilling. So I'll do a bunch of things. I'd watch anime. I like leaks. The leak start rush is done. I'm no longer really rushing anywhere. So I'm down to vibe now.
One of us.
What?
So that's one of us. Yeah, I'm like, I want to play. Who's everyone?
Yeah, dude. I'm fine with where I got to. And I mean, I have a sublime vision, so like I'm not in a race against time anymore. Like this is likely going to probably go up, because I'd imagine Gaza is going to get Doriani next. Yeah, that's tomorrow next. And once that happens, demand for that is going up, and that price is going to shoot. That's my guess. That's what happened the season that I committed the sin of going to bed before buying it, and then it just went up by like 20D, and I'm like, I'm just looking with a Pikachu face like, what? And sometimes it comes down, sometimes it doesn't. It all depends on the supply and how many people are actually doing I think Elder and Shaper Uber fights. So I believe you can drop either of those because he's in both of them. There's a universe where in the end game we drop some damage from Plaguebringer to actually go Barnacles, because being able to convert 50% of their face to cold is really strong, considering we have 90% cold res. Like even one stack is fine. Just like that one stack alone is really strong. You just have 5% physical damage convert now. Then 2 seconds go by, it's 10. 3:15. Like it's such a strong node, just defensively, that I think I will go for this as the last ascendancy, and it's worth skipping out on the 10% more damage here. I think that's my thought process here. I think we actually skip out on this guy for it. We'll see. We'll see what I decide. But odds are that's what we're gonna do. Salt and skill, probably. I also really like the art of this. What's it called? The bloodline. I don't know why. I like it. I think it's cool. Where is my next point going? That's what I've been trying to figure out. I'll just put it in block for now. My block is capped. I don't need more. Realistically, it should be going to cluster jewels. Why on earth is... Why is this there? Bro, why? That's the opposite problem I have with my browser sometimes, where it's like, yeah, it's just going to not show my start bar. Now the start bar is being a bit too enthusiastic. That reminds me, I should update my filter. I'm fine with what's showing. I just want to update the economy of it.
Oi! Over here.
So congregation is going to be our next buy. Let's sync. All right. We still have money according to wealthy Exile. So do I try to push for it? Liquidates. I can. So I guess the next question is, should I go for a Doriani swap, or not? I mean, can't do the Doriani swap today, but should I save up for that, or should I go for congregation first? Doriani would be more damage. It would be much more damage, but then I would have to fix Chaos Res, which would actually be decently hard to fix now without Mage Blood, because I have Fire Res on my boots. I'd have to get Chaos Res. Actually, no, Dexterity Glovecraft with until Chaos Res will get me where I need to do to replace this guy, because this guy has 46% Chaos Res. This will have 30 something probably. That loses like the 16, which is a big loss. The real shame would be if I can't get Chaos Res on on the reflected ring, that is when it is going to be very sketch, because that would mean I need to get it on jewels and like other sources. And I could do Watcher's Eye, Purity of Elements, but I'm not going to be using Purity of Elements with that setup. By the way, Arcane, do you want the, are we doing unique maps or are you eye blasting?
I got a bitch soon. Start some.
I mean, if it's fine if
Start it.
Are you sure?
Reclaiming my youth. I don't know how many I can do, but maybe 1 or 2. But just start some. I'm joining.
How many do you have? Which do you have? I guess.
It's a more complex question. Like,
what is more complex, or which of the unique maps do you have?
you're good. Just wait. Trade me.
There's a lot of overlap here. I need the Dune one.
Run it. Take it and run it.
Lol. Because I know I have most of those. All right, let's remove the duplicates. I will leave you with your Oba's curse, because I mean I have that already. Oh.
We both don't need it.
Okay.
Run it with you.
And then the last one is going to be the expensive crafts. So let's just do that. Let me just buy that real quick.
How much it costs?
I mean, I can just tank it too. Putrid Cloister. What's that?
That's how you're printing?
That's how I'm printing. I mean, I played with a lot more than you. And it's just, I mean, I just saw it's just 13 chaos. But either way, it would have been any chaos, not like it would say divine or anything. And like I said, I've been playing way more than you. So it's fine either way.
What happened to
You said what happened to you? Alright, we'll start with the expensive crafts. What's the farm strat looking like?
Can I attack? I want to attack these packs.
The farming strat is basically just settlers and ore farming with Exarch. That's it, really. Settlers, ore farming. How's it feel? The build.
Good. The added chaos is an insane amount of damage. I haven't really done like from Covenant.
Mini code. Oh yeah.
From Covenant.
Oh, you did.
I can go lightning. Added lightning for. Yeah, but no, it feels really good.
Cause all damage ignites, right?
Yeah, cause all damage ignites. Now it's time to upgrade my rares because they're really bad, bro. I have 2 series.
Yeah. I know that feeling. I still have this guy.
That's it, the character 2 zeros. Look at this fucking gloves.
The gloves. Lol.
All my gear, if I just take anything out, everything goes red. It's like the tiers are too low for the stats requirements.
Yeah. Man yoink that brother stash, right?
Surely open a mirror with that. Is that it?
Do you know that I did open the 1 stack deck you gave me I didn't even show up my
Yeah, that's
filter.
fine. Put another one in if you want to.
But I just realized my skirabs are in here. I need to put that in my map device real quick. Give me a second. What did we lost? This is Kalguran. We lost the 2 goldens. The goldens are influencer scarab of hordes. Which we need 15. And then the second golden is that. Okay, cool. The next map is going to be the most annoying one. Actually, let's skip the most annoying one. We only need 10 points from unique maps anyways. If we can get away with not doing it, I don't want to do it.
What map is causing you so much pain?
Would you like to do it?
Oaxaca.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
You wanna deal with that shit?
Make you sound like, am I missing something? What's wrong with that again?
The fucking bubble, the siren running away.
Just bring Chaos Golem, right? It's not what you last time. You brought something that that nuked it.
My entire damage is predicated on my specters. I don't have Chaos Golems. My specters are currently set up so they are around me. So that doesn't exactly work. I can't take off my helmet. Doesn't allow me to summon anything else, and if I take that off, does everything else? I'll lose specters, which at this point I actually have some expensive ones. I can keep them alive, but then my damage will be scuffed.
That makes sense. Did I get lost?
Mad go so bad he's going backwards. Joe, if you're asking about the farming strat for me, what I'm doing is I'm currently doing settlers and I'm picking up refiners bargain because of the sulfites gets turned to random ore, and I'm just spamming the noise this guy's created. Delve and this. So basically we're going to try to get as much sulfite as we can, which is why we do delve. And then while we're doing delve, we are also just doing settlers, which is the ore. And then eventually we're going to send a 25 mil shipment. We're doing a 25 mil shipment. 25 mil bars, 25 mil dusts. That is the distribution. And then with 50 mil, you get a lot of currency back.
When I'm ready and not before.
You don't have a movement skill?
Apart from Frostbank?
Mm-hmm.
What's Frostbank?
Movement skills have CDR here. I mean, I'm just probably making my way downtown. It is so far. Yeah, bruh. You did not need to do all that. Where did he go?
Me? I was lost.
No, not you. I was looking at Buddy Boss.
Wants to be here? No, right?
I don't think so. We've gotten the ones that have recipes, I think.
I put Oaxaca for X.
You want Oaxaca?
Yeah, you can put it in.
You know we don't need to do it, right?
Oh, then never mind.
That's my point.
Am I gonna die in this map? Oh.
Are you gonna die?
Might be 1 HP a lot. Oh, this map is like, this shit won't be in the same room as a boss, and I won't know.
Yeah, that's the annoying part about this one.
They really just are adding uniques having shit in maps, like popping up on your map overlap. In both games.
Yeah.
The boss is usually here somewhere.
Yeah. Here. I just had to wait until somebody didn't die. I'm like, who is not dying? There you go. That one's not dying. This map is very hard if you have no block. For avoidance,
Yeah,
I guess.
having block for this feels good. Not quite cat spell block at the moment, but
How many points do we need?
10.
Yeah. How many are we
10
at?
for uniques.
Yeah. We're at 7, so we need 3 more.
Cutting it close on time.
Yeah.
What am I at? I'm at 7, yeah. I mean, if you have 3, just toss them and let's do it.
Yeah.
Fuck, hello, all of them.
The map is honestly not too bad, but it is the one of the longer ones. I think if I remember correctly, we can't both activate this at the same time, right? Like I'm doing it now, you probably can't start yours.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Yeah. I'm done with mine.
Doing mine. Done. Turn.
Alright, starting mine.
Yeah, when you're ready.
I am done. Starting mine. Done. I think that should be the last one. And now we just need to go to the center room. I think it's here. Or no, it's not here. Makes a lot of sense if it was here, but oh, it is. I'll go top and right.
Fuck.
Are you? What's happening?
Oh, it's all good. Just call me close because I still got shit to do for bed.
Oh,
I've been wanting to play this shit all day. Man. I'm on 4 hours of sleep last night.
going right. 4 hours. Why? The stuff that happened.
I mean, that bothered me, but
When I'm ready and not before.
When are you gonna reach out to them?
When am I reaching out?
To G. To G.
If I stay home tomorrow, I will send the email tomorrow. If
I'm
not,
sending tomorrow, definitely. I think.
yeah. Is this the last one?
Yes.
I believe so. Malcolm, Death and Taxes, Carry Bled. Anyone that's shorter? I don't remember.
I can text. This is fine. This is quick.
Yeah, I figured it was just it's just a straight line to the boss. It's just rough fights, a unique.
Holy. The first pack put an insane bleed on me.
Holy. Where is the fucker? There. I feel like Malcolm might have a recipe, but I can't remember.
I think it does. But, I mean, it takes nothing to check.
Yeah.
Put them together, bro. I'm gonna people with that vodka. Appreciate it.
You are welcome.
So that's all the uniques. 10, 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. 10,
No, yeah, 10 over 10. Yeah, I don't see a craft on Malcolm. Where's Death and Taxes? I don't see a craft there.
Thank you, thank you. Oh,
Alright.
you too, dude.
And yeah. Uniques done. That leaves Nightmare Maps, Maven Invitations. Doing Maven Invitations is so pain. I see far as the night anyway, so you can do it too, I believe. Holy. Do you have a ninja for that current build? My profile should be in my YouTube description. You can see my current character. As for ninja, I haven't synced my ninja, but I can do that, honestly. Shouldn't take anything. Let's do shrine into an extra shrine. This should just make my maps quicker because we should be getting acceleration more. Let me liquidate my room grafts, the ones that are actually worth something. Connections. Nova Mark. Blasphemy. Spellbound. Witch Mark. Loyalty. And then everything else is worth like 20. So like time. This is time. Everything else is just one, so I can leave the others alone. These are the ones in most pressing need to get sold.
I'll put the word out. We'll make it happen. I should raise my fees.
23, sure.
All in order. I'll let you know.
Eight times 21 is 168. Ten. Okay, that should fix it, hopefully. 10 for 200, sure.
I should raise
And
my
then 14 here for 20 times 14. For 80, I believe. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, it's 280.
all in
Slightly off, but it is late, so like I'll give myself that. All right, that is 515 chaoses. But that's more. 795 chaoses. So that's like 7D. We'll buy some divines with them. Because I don't think we have to spend chaoses anytime soon. Bro.
all in order. I'll let you know.
All right, we're at 11. I mean, at that point, we might as well just get our, what's it called? We might as well go for we have ancient also sell. Congregation is not far from now. One divine is 23.
I should raise my fees.
We still have Rune Graft of Resurgence. You're 105.
I should raise my fees.
Then we have a Divining Chromes. Let's see. Cloister. I have 20.
the word out.
Okay, now let's see how much congregation is actually going for. Just a congregation support that is not corrupted. It's going for 14D. 14. So we need at least one more. What else is it to liquidate? Lesser Eldritch Embers. We have 304. $210 for a divine.
All in order. I'll let you know.
All right, that I think is enough.
I should raise my feet.
Hi, sir. Why my respecter can't steal long? When I change map, my monster will lose. When you change map, you lose your specters. Are you changing weapon set or something? Are you using Raid Spectre or Transients? Are you using just regular Raid Spectre or are you using the transfigured version? You need to be using Raid Spectre, not Raid Spectre of Transients, if that's what you're doing. Other than that, make sure you have all the attributes you need. Other than that, I can't think of why you can summon it and not keep it. So in my higher budget, what goes for congregation? Because I kind of want to keep them all. I'm pretty sure it's elemental army because there's no space for exposure in Doriani setup. I'm very sure it is. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to believe it, but yeah, I know. I'm aware. Alright, elemental army, it's been a good run. You are not needed anymore. This gives my supports 15 max, so I can get 3 extra specters as of this point. This reminds me though. We need to buy a bunch of GCPs. We can do 20, sure.
All in order.
Then we're going to go to a town. And here is a fun little vendor recipe for those who may not know. Any support gem that is not corrupted can be 20/20'd with 1 GCP. But what you have to do is you have to level it up to level 20. Then the level 20 version so all these gems are level 20. I'm going to trade vendor recipe them with 1 GCP each. And each GCP is going to make it 20% quality. So I save on GCPs for my support gem specifically. And I gave everything 20% quality. The downside is you have to level everything twice. So all of these are now 20% quality, but they're level 1. So then I'm going to put them back in. Some of these will be 30% quality when they go back in, but not yet level 1. So I technically lose a bit of power, but next I'm going to level it up. Do you have any crafting guide for equipment, or you just loot it? What stage of gear are we talking about? For what I'm currently using, I can make a crafting guide for everything I'm using for my current build, just so people know how to craft it. Do you have any piece of gear you have in mind, and I can walk you through the crafting steps? I plan on making a crafting guide for my current setup. It's just, if I stay home tomorrow, I guess I could work on that. That's probably going to be what would end up happening. So now everything we should be kind of weaker because we have level 1 support gems, but they will level up quickly and then they become stronger once they, you know, once they get back to 20. And it's not so much power that we actually notice a decrease in performance unless we're doing very tough content or something.
Oh, me kidney! Defender!
Have you found any new good farm struggling to make currency? I really enjoy settlers farming, which is what I'm doing, and I make a lot of money doing it. It's kind of how I've been able to afford my character, so that has been really good. But TLDR of how settler farming works is, ooh, Valdos. I can give it TLDR after this map. Then I can actually show certain things. It also depends on how invested you are into your setup. That would be cool. All right, that's what we'll do after this map. We'll go over what I'm currently farming and how it works. And then once we're done with all that, I will... Ooh, Starfall. You know, I saw this and I was like, that's a Starfall. Then I came closer and I'm like, that's research. Never mind. It's betrayal in this map. But there's actually a Starfall here. What are the odds? Surely we guess Fallen, and that's big money. I think it's big money. I actually don't know.
The runic arts do not reveal themselves to just anyone. Stand tall! Not many live to see this technique. Let's see you handle this. Let's test your resolve. Not many live to see this technique. Ha! I can truly fight at full strength against you.
It sounds like somebody. Where is Eli?
Show me what you've got. You have shown yourself. I'm fighting. finally starting to enjoy myself.
Man dies and then says, I'm finally starting to enjoy myself. Like, my guy, you're dead. All right. I think at this point, I'm not sure I have, no, I still have 2 nodes to do. And I also need to buy specters because now we have congregation, but we haven't actually ported actually haven't gotten the specters. So blasphemer and then 2 defilers, I think. That puts me at 14 specters, I believe. Until I level up my congregation support and then we get something else.
Orders in. 'Twas a long journey, but the exchange went well enough.
All right, so what is the farm? So the TLDR is we want shipments. We want to be able to ship a lot of bars because currently bars in King's March, which is this mechanic over here.
Who's that?
In case you're wondering where it is, it should be this one here. And if it's not here, you have to go into the epilogue and you have to talk to Johan, who is over here. You have to talk to him. Then he'll have you go to King's March and then you have to talk to him, yada yada. So this is a town builder mechanic, if you don't know what Settlers is. And your goal is you want to ship materials and you get resources back for shipping these materials. Now, in order to make the town function, it needs gold. You're going to add gold to the town. It's going to be used to pay wages of the workers here. You're also going to use gold to hire said workers. You hire said workers at Ralph, where you just reroll and you see what they do. The highest rank is rank 5. All rank 5s have the same productivity, but they have different wages. So the lower the better, but like you just care about getting some high rank workers. Now, out of all these workers, there are 4 sets you need. You need miners. Miners go mine all the ore nodes you tag in your maps. So they are the ones that extract the resources you tag, or to mine out all the things you have tagged in your maps. So they can mine these. But eventually, like if let's say I logged off for like 2 days, they would finish mining everything I've tagged and they would have nothing to do. So then they stop mining. Then I have to run maps in order to tag so they can then mine. Hit a 1, but I don't have the craft stuff to knock off a suffix. Any chance you can help me with it? Sure. But it'll have to be after I finish this rundown though. But sure, I don't mind. So your miners essentially are going to mine all the ore you have. The better the miners, the faster they will mine. Then this mined ore goes to your smelters. You want smelters because bars are worth the 5x the value of the ore. So if this is worth 1 value, this is worth 5 value, just as an example. And ultimately you want the higher value because you're going to ship that and you're aiming for 50 million in value. But we'll explain how we'll get 50 million in a bit. So you want to hire some smelters. The higher the tier, the more of these ores that have already been mined, they will process. They cannot smelt this because this hasn't been mined yet, but they can smelt this because this is what has currently been mined, and this is your inventory of like unsmelted ore. I hope it's been clear so far. So you want to hire workers. These workers are going to mine, they're going to smelt. They are farmers, but we can talk about farming in a bit. That's its own thing, and they're disenchanters. Again, let's just keep it simple for now. You want miners, you want smelters. Now you go into your maps, you tag ore nodes, you make sure you get all the ore in the map, and then you're going to come out with resources, and then your workers do everything else. Now this works in real time, so these guys will take 5 hours to clear all this ore, for example. It works in real time, so every second, that's why this number keeps changing. They are actively mining or they're actively smelting, or these numbers keep changing because they're actively doing it. So that's why you want better workers, because then they get to go through, process more resources faster. Just keep in mind that more workers or better workers cost more gold, so your gold upkeep would have to match what you plan on doing. Yeah, okay, cool. He was making a noise and he was driving me crazy. Anyways, so that's smelters, that's miners. Your shippers, how much ore do you need to ship? 25 million in value of ore. Well, I will talk about shipping. Let's talk about shipping. So shipping is where you actually get your payoff for, it's where you get your payoff for all your work so far. It is where you dump all your resources and then you send them off to different islands to get actual currency back. Your ores will give you currency. Your farms produce crops. Crops can be shipped as well, but crops will give you equipment. But they can still have monetary value. We'll explain it in a bit, but you notice I don't actually engage with the crops. That is because that is extra gold per hour. I don't want to engage with that for now, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's go to shipping. The way shipment works is you have this interface. Like I said, this is Crimson Iron ore. It's literally 4 value per ore, but if you go to the bar, you'll see it's 16. It's times 4, not times 5. So you do not want to ship your ores because 2k is 8k value, whereas 2k bars is like 32k value. So it just makes sense to let them process it. But there's a finite amount of bars they can process per hour. But we can talk about how ways we can circumvent this, because there are ways you can circumvent this. So ultimately, all the bars you send will return you 2 things. If you send to these blue ports, they will give you rune grafts. If you send to these green ports, carry ports, they will send you tattoos. That's how you get these 2 different resources. Now, they don't really care what you send them. So long as you send them actual materials, they will send you rune grafts to match. Now, this is where thaumaturgic dust comes in. This item, this thing, it mimics exactly what you send. So if you send 1 Verisium bar, for example, and put 1 dust, this 1 dust is going to mimic the ore you put. So the distribution of ore and all of that is going to mimic that on a not on a one-to-one basis, but 25 value of dust will give you 25 value of, let's say, just Verisium bar for this sake. Now, the difference between dust and materials is dust only has value for as long as you have the material to match. This means if you have 1 million value in material, you can send 1 million value in dust and you're good. If you send 1.1 million dust, that last 100k has very diminished returns on what you're actually going to get in relation to that. You're barely going to get any currency back or anything like that. So rule of thumb, you want equal or less dust to the value of bars or crops that you send. Which is why if you're going to use dust in your shipment, you don't want to use crops, because then to mimic some crops, which is more equipment, which you don't care about. Now, another difference between dust and other resources is dust will not return rune grafts or tattoos. So if you're going for tattoos, you're going for rune grafts, the things we said these ports return by default, the dust value is not going to return that. It will return currency. It will return the things that these do. It will return currency, it will return equipment, but it will not return rune grafts. They will ignore the dust value for the sake of calculating how much rune graft you should get. That about summarizes King's shipping. The better your shippers, the safer your shipment will be. Because let's say I try to send a very high value shipment with these shippers that are like level 4s. I don't even have full shippers. You'll notice there's this thing called risk. Risk just means negative outcomes that can happen when you send your shipments. You want this to be at 0% if possible. It's not always possible, but if possible, you want this to be at 0%. So that means, yeah, you want the better your shippers, the more value they can send before the risk starts going up. Now, once you're all 5s, you're basically immune to risk, with the one exception. The one exception is Kalgur. If you send a 50 million shipment to Kalgur, you will have a risk of, I think, 10%. I forget what the risk is, but there's still going to be risk even if you have all 5 shipping for going to Kalgur specifically. But what we do to make as much money as we can in this early league is we send to Pondium. The reason we send to Pondium is because these Kalguran ports have the rune grafts they send, and the most valuable rune grafts are from Pondium. So I'll show you this. Rune grafts lose value very early in the season. By week 1, week 2, you're kind of losing value on rune grafts. They really dip in value because people only use one and then they don't need rune grafts. So what we typically do is for the first week or first 2 weeks, we're going to send to Kalguran ports, those blue ones. Then from like week 2 to week till end of league, you're sending to the green ones, because then you're getting tattoos. Tattoos go up in value because now people are starting to get to end game. They want to have their suppressed tattoos, they want to have their movement speed tattoos, and they're going to use multiple tattoos per player. So tattoos gain value, rune grafts lose value. Now, if you open the wiki page, which I can actually link in both chats, I'll link in Twitch and I'll link in YouTube as well. Now on this page, you're going to see the biases for your different ports. You have, like I said, Ribbenfell, it will return you these rune grafts as potential outcomes. Pondium returns these ones, and Kalgur will return these ones. Now there are some like Angler and Gemcraft that return from all 3, but that is generally, and Fortress, but that's generally not the case for most of these. But like if you look at rune graft prices currently, you will see the most expensive rune grafts are Fortress. Angler can be dropped everywhere. Fortress can be dropped everywhere. Warp is Pondium only.
The smell of the sea salt on the wind.
My guy, you're fucking loud. What the hell? Jesus, why are you so loud? Okay. Warp is Pondium only. Treachery is Pondium only. I think this is also everywhere. Sowick is, I think, Kalgur only. So 2 out of these, Warp and Treachery, again, the top 5 can all come back from Pondium. So there's really no reason to send anywhere else currently. It's always a good idea to keep PoE Ninja, which I can also link for people who might not know PoE Ninja. It's a very useful site to have. If you're new to PoE, you might not actually have access to, or you might not know PoE Ninja is a thing. The rune graft section it's not the most accurate, like on a per minute basis, but it kind of tells you what the general price is. So that is why we send to Pondium. If you look at tattoos, you'll notice, some might be, the most expensive might be reds. Reds are currently expensive. Well, King's March for tattoos, the Karui ports do it by color. So strength tattoos are red tattoos, green are dex, and blue are ints. So if you notice the top, let's say you see like out of these top 5, 3 are red, 2 are blue. Then maybe you want to send to Nakano. Maybe if greens were the most popular, then you'd ship to Teonui, etc. Keep in mind, it's still only bars that will give you, that is wrong. Not anything you send that is not dust will give you rune grafts or tattoos. Those will always give you rune grafts or tattoos. With rune graft, the more value you send, the more weighting there is to the rarer rune graft. So if you send 5 million shipments versus 25 million shipments, the 25 million shipment will have on average rarer rune grafts, but they will have the same number of rune grafts, but the 25 will have rarer rune grafts, which is where a lot of the value comes in. Treachery is not that rare, but it's somewhat rare. Warp is very rare. Fortress is very rare. Gemcraft very rare. Angler is insanely rare. I don't think I've dropped one yet, and I've done this for seasons. Insanely rare. What else is expensive? etc. So that tells you how you're going to make the currency comes from sending bars, which gives you direct currency. To the best of our knowledge, there's no waiting anymore. You get the same amount of currency sending to Pondium as you do to Nakanu, as you do to Teonui, as you do to Moti Arrow, to Calgary. They all give you the same weightings when it comes to currency. But what comes beside that currency is what determines the port you want to send to. And this is where farming comes into play. Farming still has value because even though crops will give you armor, like these are all the crop things, it'll give you staves, it'll give you armor, it'll give you weapons, stuff like that. Even though you don't care about this, like some of them might be good, but like not really. But the reason you might want to send crops, if you have enough gold to sustain your farmers, is because by sending crops, you are still entitled to tattoos, rune grafts. You still get those for shipping crops. However, my recommendation, do not mix these two shipments. If you are sending crops, send only crops. If you are sending bars, send only bars. And dust. Bars you can send dust with. Bars you send dust with. Crops you don't. You just send crops. I don't think it's worth it, at least, personally. Is there anything else I need to talk about? That shipment. Now, dust. There is one more thing we haven't touched on, and that is dust. Where do we get dust from? Now, there are different ways to get dust, but the primary way, we'll talk about the Atlas too. We'll talk about how the Atlas interacts with the system, but I want to talk about the system as a whole first. We get dust from disenchanting items at Rogue. He uses these workers called disenchanters, and the better they are, the faster they disenchant. Now, the dust value of each item you're breaking down is determined by the tier of mods and the rarity, or in unique cases, the tier of the unique. So rarer uniques will be worth more dust. It's not by trade prices, because you can have a T0 unique be very cheap and a T5 unique be, or the T4 unique be like expensive, but the T4 unique would dust for way less than the T0 unique. T0s are typically like over 1 million dust per unique, and what I do to get to 25 million dust in value is I disenchant cheap T0 uniques. Now, to find those cheap T0 uniques, there are a few places you can go. Wealthy Exile has a dust section that shows you price per dust. These are the most efficient dust to chaos ratio. This ignores, this is by cards. So the cards will give you uniques, which whatever. You go to the unique section, is easier to see. These will give you the best bang for your buck with dust to chaos. However, this doesn't account for gold, because you let's say this is 200k gold. To get to 25 mil, you need to disenchant like 100 of these, literally. 100 will give you 20 mil. You still need more than 100 of them, so you will burn a lot of gold doing this, buying them as well as disenchanting them. So what I like to do is just squeeze this over to, like, I like T0 unique, so like 2 mil. So these guys, each one will dust for 2 mil, but some of these are cheaper. Bloodseeker is literally priced around disenchanting. So this is 85C per one, but each one is going to give you 2 mil gold. The dust to chaos ratio is way worse than Betrayal Sting, but you get way more value out of your gold. So it's up to you which way you go. And then of course you can just stick to these guys, you can stick to like somewhere in between. You can go to like 1 mil and try to figure out which ones are, you know, decent to use. And you can make a PoE trade, what do you call it, of the uniques as well. That's something you do have available to you. I will share this one time, which is I made a T0 unique trade search. I had one before I deleted this. I made a new one this league. This is typically what I use to find the T0 uniques that are cheaper. It just has all the T0 unique mods, so they're all kind of in one pool. So then it's just based on price. All of these uniques are over 2 million in dust. I need this to actually load. All of these are over 2 million in dust, but you have to quality them yourself. So you have to vet them, and this is not quality, so you have to like actually take them to 20% quality, because the higher the quality, the more it does for. So you quality it up and you throw it into the disenchanter. I will share this link as well. One more link. That is to this. That is to the T0 search page, or you know, the search for T0s. That is how you're going to get your dust, or that is how I get my dust. So for that page, if you get 12 uniques from there, you are set for 25 mil shipments roughly, because each one is like 2.1, 2.2. So the rest, the extra kind of allows you to just get to 25 mil a lot easier, basically. Then now you have your dust, you have your dust, you have your shipments, you know everything that goes on here. When it comes to Ralph, my understanding is these two are basically the same. The only difference is this one will show you higher quality recruits. So like each click of this will be better recruits, but it costs more gold as a result. So just, you get the same amount of T5s going through this as this, but this is less clicks. But if you're tight on gold, this might be better because you have the chance of seeing some better ones for like lower. So I recommend this when you have gold issues and this when you don't. In this current season, the best way to farm gold I have found is doing the league mechanic. If I have 35k, if I do the league mechanic for up until one voyage, so like 9 charts, one voyage, I'm going to come out with like 300k gold, 500k gold, easy. So that is the best way to farm gold to set up your King's March. Now, the next step of this is the Atlas. How does this all tie into the Atlas, and how do we actually farm all the things we've spoken about to this point? This, I will explain basically our thought process with everything here. Now, obviously, we want to have, this is the settler mechanic. We want to have 100% chance for it to show up in our maps. But there can be multiple deposits in our map. You want multiple deposits. So you're going to take all these points for chance for all deposits. You're going to take these points for chance. Lost shipments are just they're basically chests that replace they replace nodes or nodes that show up in your map, and they are basically just random stuff that can be rewards from shipments. So typically they're like 10 small block boxes and 1 big box. The big box has to be clicked, but all the small boxes can be destroyed by attacks or spells. So your Wretched Defiler just attacking in the vicinity will typically destroy most of them. But if there are no enemies, you can use your shield charge or frost blink to destroy some boxes. The big box typically has either at least 1 tattoo or 1 rune graft. It can be expensive, it can be cheap. The boxes, like I said, they are theoretical shipments of varying values. So sometimes you get divines. I know this season I've gotten like 5 different occasions, maybe 7, where I have dropped raw divines from the shipments. And if you check here, I have dropped 13 divines. So that's like half of my divines have come from lost shipments. Then this is a very big wheel for King's March. What this does is you go for the chance, but this allows you to have rarer nodes. This means you see more bismuth, you see more vericium. Vericium is tied to 1 per map, and I think bismuth is tied to 1 per map, but you want them to be in every map if possible. So you take this on, and you want those 2 because vericium is just higher value per vericium, so you just want more of it ideally. But you want that reminds me of something I need to talk about later. But anyways, and then this one gives you a 50% increased chance to have at least 2 ore deposits. So baseline, you can have 1 or 2 ore deposits, as the case may be. But then this keystone is kind of like a very big bread and butter, a very big turning point in ore farming. And why this is the case is Refiner's Bargain makes it so sulfite found in your maps is granted as random ore at 10% of the value. This means we no longer get sulfite, which is the delve currency, but instead we get ore. Ore goes into bars, goes into currency, liquid currency. So that means now, after you take this last wheel, which has increased ore, and it makes it so your bismuth adds more modifiers to monsters, and there's an increased chance to find bismuth and increased chance to find verisium, which again, you just want it to be so they are always in your maps. So you take these two. The extra effect is also good. But you take these two, so those guys are always in your maps because you want them to always be there. Bismuth is the best bang for your buck in terms of time, because bismuth, you click it and you leave. You don't have to kill any monsters. You just click it, you have your ores, you leave. Very, very time efficient. If there is no bismuth in the map, it is a very big, it is very sad. I don't think I've run a map that hasn't had bismuth, so there's that. So now we've spoken about Refiner's Bargain. That means we want Nico to always be in our maps, which is why we path out from here to get Delve Chance. We go here for Pact with Energy. This gives us movement speed, increased damage. We don't care about increased damage. And then 1 all max stress for 60 seconds. It's just a buff that's very nice to have for 1 minute after you click each Nico node, and it's stacked. So your first one gives you only the buffs, the second one gives you 2 of them, and then the third one gives you 3. Again, we take chance, but then we also start picking up increased sulfite nodes, and we go sulfite hoarding monsters, because when we kill these monsters, they drop sulfite. The sulfite is then converted to bars, so more bars. Increased sulfite means more bars again, and then we go double chance for double sulfite, which is again more bars. And then the last Nico wheel is here, which is increased, which is more chance for Nico. So he's always, I think we get up to 88% chance for Nico. I think if I can find it, 88% chance for Nico. And you may think this is not 100%, but I think each mechanic has an 8% base chance to appear in your maps. So this is actually 96% chance for Nico. So there's only a 4% chance he is not going to show up. But then we block this one, we block Delirium. So that's an extra 2%. So that it's a 98% chance. So there's only really a 2% chance Nico doesn't show up. So he's basically in every map. And then this node is also very important, because it means when you kill the final map bosses, you get sulfite, which again turns to ore. Ore again is the main thing we're farming, because it's more currency. So that's the TLDR, and then you then boost effect, because the amount of ore you get scales off of quantity. The more effects you have, the more quantity your map has, the more bars and ores and all these other things you get. So far, I hope that all makes sense. The only part left for this explanation is the scarabs. There are 2 sets of scarabs we use. This is set 1. The set 1 is 2 Kalguran scarabs. These Kalguran scarabs just add ore deposits. So by having 2, which is the limit, you have 4 extra deposits, which add on top of your baseline of 1 to 2. So some maps you have 5 ores deposits, some maps you have 6. You're going to pair it with enriching. Enriching makes it so each extra ore deposit you do is tougher, but gives you increased ore. So by the last one, you're getting a lot of ore. In the ideal universe, that last one is going to be either bismuth or verisium, but I don't care enough to backtrack, so I just do the ore in the order I see it, and whatever that last one is still good. Like, everybody's still getting more ore, so and it's all just good value anyway, so I don't care to backtrack. But you can if you want to min-max. I don't. And then we use sulfite scarab of fumes, because this makes it so monsters affected by the enraging fumes, which is sulfite in your areas, release enraging fumes. So every Nico node is going to release enraging fumes. These fumes give quantity to monsters around it. And monsters. Sulfite in your maps is guarded by monsters. These monsters drop sulfites. The sulfite hoarding monsters drop sulfite. All of these guys are getting the quantity bonus. So again, more sulfite equal more ores. And then the last one, this is the flex scarab. You're going to use influencing scarab of hordes when you don't have much time on your Johan. So like now, my miners and my ore and my miners and smelters are going to be up for 15 hours. Once 15 hours are done, they are basically going to run out of things to mine, and these guys would have finished smelting everything they have mined. So this is the time I have to I can do other things. So like I like settlers because I can go to work and I'm still making currency as I am at work and I'm not playing. That's a big part of why I like settlers. But when you're actively playing and you have a lot of time, like over the weekend, eventually this number gets to like 1 day, 2 days, and at that point it doesn't make sense to pile up on the number, because now this is making your gold, this is turning your gold to currency. But now, are you going to wait 2 days for it to finish? Because I have all level 5s. I can't get faster smelters. I cannot reduce this time. What do I do? That is where the expensive scarab comes in. And keep in mind, you do make profit on the expensive scarab. Kalguran scarab of refinements. This scarab makes it so every ore we get in your map doesn't get picked up as ore, but it's as bars. Now you're only going to get in bars instead of ores, and bars are already processed, so they completely skip the mining phase, and they don't need to be smelted. So basically, it's just you go into your maps and you're getting currency ready bars, like shipment ready bars. So once you have enough of this, you're just getting bars basically. Now those scarabs are expensive. They're like 23 a piece, but they are well worth the cost. Now, something else to note about these strats, I just remembered, is we are using Exarch altars. We use Exarch altars, and all the pack sites are located to Exarch, because this is going to be where the bulk of our currency while we are mapping is going to come from. When you're doing settlers, the big payoff is going to be either lost shipments, Svalin, because Svalin can drop. Every once in a while, your Verisium node is going to get transformed into a crater. That crater is going to give you a lot of Verisium when you clear it. But you're going to face a boss there. That boss has a chance to drop Svalin. And currently, Svalin, by the way, what up, Ray? How you doing? Svalin unID'd. Identified, no. Is going for 40 divines. So you have a small chance at a 40 divine jackpot every once in a while. Every time I kill the guy on the ground, the guy that someone said sounds like an anime character, he has a chance of dropping this, which goes for 40 divines, which is an extra payoff in the whole farm as well. But Exarch, once we have Exarch here, ideally you're going to want to have this void zone as well. But can you help me with burial chambers? Sure, invite me. But it will have to be after I'm done explaining. I'm almost done, so just keep that in mind. Actually, shoot me a message in game at Deconic and I'll invite you. So Exarch, yes, this gives us money because of Eldritch altars. Eldritch altars are very, very powerful. When we're on Exarch, all we're doing is we're clicking everything that makes it so the Eldritch minions do stuff. So that means whenever you pick up an altar, there are going to be two options. It's either going to affect the player, the map boss, or the Eldritch minions. You want as many Eldritch minion options as we can, because some of these options include stuff like Chaos Orbs, Divination cards that might be something worthwhile. You can even get something like an insane cat that is corrupted mage blood, stuff like that. You can get some pretty good value. So, and you get a lot of bubblegum currency. So GCPs, instilling orbs. If you look at my stash, There's a reason I have 51 glass blower bubbles, 60 instilling orbs. And if you look at my wealthy exile currently, if you look at my wealthy exile, you see a lot of my loot is like ancient orbs came from there, exalted came from there, lesser embers, grand elbers, fusins, annuls, all of these. And if you have the void stone, you have a chance to pull currency from the eater's pool, because the void stone makes it so there is, where is it? Eldritch Altars have a 25% chance to have an additional downside as well as an upside of the other. So you can still get Divine Altars doing Exarch. You can do Divine Altars now because there's this smaller chance, but it can happen. He's going, like I said, that's going to be the bulk of your mapping loot. And then whenever your shipment is ready, you're going to get a bulk payout. And for context as to what a 50 million shipment looks like, it cost me about 6 to 8 divines in T0 uniques to get the dust. But this is how much currency I got from my last 50 mil shipment. We got 10 treacheries, which this is on the lower end because I sold them for 5D each. So that was actually 50D, not 31. I got a mirror shard. I got 12 raw divines. I got warp. I sold for 7, 2 fracturing orbs, and a whole bunch of other rune graphs that were worth over 1 divine. This was the shipments. I still have my mirror shard. This is going to inflate, so I'm just going to keep it as a mirror shard until I'm ready. I need to spend it or something, etc. You're not always going to get mirror shards, but there's a decent chance you get mirror shards, and you can get up to 4 mirror shards even. So, you know, I recommend saving up to 50 mil, but you don't have to. You can send 10 million shipments. You can send 15. You can. When it comes to currency, the way it scales is kind of not linear. It's kind of weird, but rule of thumb, the more value, the higher the chance you get a mirror shard. During Settlers League, there was a 7 million shipment meta that has since been invalidated, but that's just by the way. And then something else that is very important to note when you're sending shipments is you do not want your value to come at a ratio of one resource giving more than 50% of your value. This means if I'm sending a ship and I'm putting only bars, Verisium cannot have more than 50% of that value. Verisium cannot give me 15 million value in a 50 mil shipment, for example. And the reason for this is if the ratio of bars of value is not well spread, like if you have more than 50% of one, you're going to get less loot tiles. It's kind of weird like that, but rule of thumb, you need to have a decent spread of at least 2 resources to get your maximum returns. The way we farm it like this, you're going to get a bunch of random ores from your Nico, from your maps. You're going to do any ore nodes you see, regardless of what. Try to juice Verisium to the extent that you can juice it, but don't go overkill and not be able to kill it, etc, etc. But with this distribution, typically Verisium is like 40%, and then the others take up the rest. It's very well distributed. You don't have to think about it. It's just if you were like for your crops, for example, do not narrow it on just one crop. You want to spread it to at least 2 crops. Does that make sense? I think that about summarizes the farming strats. Everything you need to know about Settlers to make big bank from it. Just in time because I had started on Twitch, so perfect. Somebody wanted a craft and another person wanted burial chambers. Do you have the burial chambers map? Do you have the portal to the boss? All right, let's go. If the boss is ready, we can go. Is it in your hideout? Yeah, we can move to your hideouts. If the boss is not ready, we can do. Okay, boss isn't ready, so I will help this. I'll help with the craft first, and then let me know when the boss is ready. And whenever you're done with your, you can wait. All right. I mean, I'm here. It all depends on I'm gonna help both of you either way. I'm by the way, I'm not rushing you. Don't feel like you have to rush out of your depths. Do your thing. So that was a lot of information to dump on you guys for the settler mechanic, but like I said, I've been printing with it, and the beauty of it is if you have all level 5 smelters, what do you need? Ping me what you want crafted. I think you wanted an annul, right? You need the annul, you need dead man sulfur, and you need the weapon. As for dead man sulfur, give me 14k. 14k should be enough. $14 to $15k. If it's more, then I mean I'll probably use the rest from my stash, but then you just give me whatever the difference is. All right, let's go try it. Oh. $50k stack.
Welcome back. Speak.
You should be fine.
Just say the word.
Oh, that's 31k. Okay. So it does need more. How much do I have? I don't have enough. Oh wait, never mind. It should have told me.
Yes. What are we after this time?
I have 6. Wait, does it not have? All right, let's do this. Fingers crossed.
For when a blade just won't.
Holy, congratulations. There you go. GG. Now all you need to do is you either craft you're either crafting trigger or you're clearing suffixes and crafting trigger. You don't need to clear suffixes. We don't need crits. Defilers have base crit of 0%. So increased crit chance does nothing. Crit multi does nothing. The only thing you can hit that is worthwhile is convocation, but the chances are not so great, so I wouldn't bother. But if you really wanted to do it, I would use the lead mechanic. I would Allflame, Exalt, and I'm just pray you get something good. But there you go. 13 minion damage. I mean, it's 13, but like you still have +2. The +2 is the biggest damage multiplier you need on that weapon. The minion damage is extra bonus on top of it. Plus, don't forget you have your implicit, so realistically it's actually 36% increase total. By the way, let me know when to enter burial chambers.
Hello, hello, hello.
Or you can just drop your portal and I can help you clear. All the same. Just let me know when there's a portal down. Portal down. All right. Where is she? She's typically top right.
Grasp your mortality tightly.
I don't even know where she is. Oh, there she is.
A veil of safety and security.
Oh, you made me witness her. That's gonna be spicy. Let's hope she doesn't heal.
Grasp your mortality tightly. A veil of safety and security.
I have Frostbomb just in case it's needed. I'm hoping it's not.
Struggle or strangle. Resist the assault.
And you should get called any moment now. Boom. You are welcome. This guy is so amazing. I started this build and I dropped a Hinakari yesterday in Allflame box. What can I do? Woo, congratulations. Congratulations, that's huge. How much is Hinakura's going for? Divine Hinakura. 42 divines. Oh, okay. With 42 divines, I would say you're probably, if you already have pieces of the build, like you were playing the build before, which it sounds like you were, I would say you can probably get to closer to where I am. Not exactly where I am because I have congregation and all those other things, but what the things you can get include, you can get your +2 wand. By getting your +2 wand, you can then start working towards getting a +1 Spectre, +1 all amulets. This warning though, this guy can be annoying to craft, but the way you would craft this is you want to alteration spam until you got +1 all skills. Once you get +1 all skills, if it comes with something else on the modifiers, it's kind of fine because that's a suffix. Then all you're going to do is you're going to Allflame Regal, and pick a suffix, preferably a good one, but you want a suffix. If it's a bad suffix, then you're going to craft prefixes cannot be changed, and then annul. You annul so it doesn't go back to being magic. Once you annul this and you're down to only +1 all, you can then use that as an opportunity to craft your prefixes. So you can do prefixes can be changed and then reforge whatever you need. Or you can do what I did and I just Allflamed exalted every mod on here. So Allflame exalt, Allflame Regal, I picked intelligence. Allflame exalt, I got big strength. Allflame exalt, I got increased armor. Then I removed the prefixes can't be changed and I went with, and I blocked mana. Then I went with increased armor. Then I Allflame exalted the all attributes. Basically, it was a whole lot of Allflame exalting to get what we got here. All 38% intangibility came from Regal and Exalt. That's it. It's just a 1 in 4. Let's see what we get. Is it good? Okay, use that. Bro, this guy can be annoying to craft, is a TLDR. But if you go to my build spreadsheets, look at where my day 2 was. If you are there, which is Midnight Bargain and Bone Meld, and you're kind of like in a similar situation, then you definitely want to start working towards a +2 weapon. With 40 divines in the bank for you, you definitely can get this. The way you craft this is you're going to buy a 3-socket resonator from Delve. You're going to pick up a 3-socket resonator, this guy, and you're going to fill the 3 sockets with metallic, corroded, and shuddering. Those are the 3 fossils: metallic, corroded, shuddering. Now you're going to spam this. It is going to be a 1 in 18 roughly, but you can become unlucky, you can be lucky. But 1 in 18 to get +1 all, +1 minion. Now, if you want to do this on a base that has eye level 81 or less. So eye level 70 is fine, like eye level 81. Ideally, you get something that has fractured attack cast speed or fractured minion damage. Attack cast speed is considerably cheaper because then you don't have to do anything about your suffixes. It's just ready for whatever prefixes you get. If you have fractured suffixes though, by the time you get your +2, it is almost guaranteed, you can to have 6 mods, which means your suffixes are full and you can't actually craft trigger. The way you go for this is you don't want the base to have intangibility, so that at this step you can then annulment, or you can go to Allflame and then annul, and your goal is to annul off a suffix so that you can craft trigger, and then you're good. What did you use for crafting the wand? I missed that part. I just literally we went over it. But yeah, that's how you craft the wand. I level 81 wand, and then you go for 3 socket resonator with metallic, corroded, shuddering. And then past that, I would say the glove is the offhand is also the shield is very, very good, but it's also like 12, 14 divine. So it's okay to skip on this for now. Eventually you want to get it. That's how we get to 12. And at some point you also want to go for +2 Spectre boots. These were insanely lucky to craft. Like these boots are probably worth so much. +2 all Spectres with 48 res and T1 life is like, it's not on the market. With 48 res it's 10D, 12D. 10D, 12D. There's nothing on the market that has the life. So since we're going over crafting steps, we might as well just keep going over crafting steps. The way you craft the boots is you're going to intelligence essence. So essence of spites. You're going to essence of spites spam until +1 Spectre. If your suffixes are full, which mine were, mine had stun and block recovery, all you're going to do is you're going to use suffixes cannot be changed crafts, which there are 2 ways to do this. You either do this, or for a cheaper than 2D way, I think it's cheaper than 1D. It's like 70 chaos. If you want to spend 70-ish to 80 chaos on your meta mod that should cost 2D, you go into Menagerie, and this is only an option for if your suffixes are full, because prefixes has only 1 meta mod. Suffixes has a plethora, so you can't use it for the other way around. But to get suffixes cannot be changed cheaper, you're going to come here, you're going to buy a Wild Bristle Matron, and you're going to type meta. This adds a meta mod to a non-unique item, and if your suffixes are full, it is guaranteed to be suffixes cannot be changed. So you go for your +1 intelligence random 3rd suffix. You come here, you craft this to be cheaper, and then you're going to reforge chaos. You reforge chaos because elder mods has a chaos prefix that is desecrated. You want to have 2 influence mods. You want to have Ray Spectre and a random second elder mod. If you got 2 elder mod suffix, then you're good to go. But if you got only 1, that is when you do this step of reforging chaos. Now you have desecrated ground or something on your prefix, and you'd have +1 Spectre. Then you're going to go in here, you're going to use an orb of dominance. This orb, I can go to hideout and show. An orb of dominance. It's a 50-50, but what this mod does is it's going to eat one of those influence mods and empower the other one. And you want it to eat the prefix to empower specters, because otherwise you'd have a +1 level. But by doing this, it eats the prefix and becomes +2, or it eats the second mod and becomes +2. Make sure you do not have 3 mods when you do this, because then it's going to eat one and give it to a random one. You don't want that. Make sure you have only 2 elder mods at any time before you do that step. Now you have +2, you have intelligence, and you have a random suffix. If you're lucky, you also have space on your prefixes for crafting. If you're not lucky, you're going to Allflame annul it and pick it minus a prefix, ideally, to try to salvage that. Annul shows two options, so hopefully you annul a prefix in one of them. And then once you do that, you can go again to Menagerie, pick suffixes cannot be changed, and scour to remove all prefixes. Now that you're down to a 3 mod item, you have to decide how much you want to spend on the item. If you want to go for like a good 3rd suffix, then you're going to have to Allflame annul like I did, because I had stun and block as a 3rd suffix. I Allflame annul to remove, and I got lucky and I hit the stun and block. Otherwise, it can remove intelligence, it can remove spectre, it can remove that 3rd one. It's RNG. It's a 1 in 3 on each result that shows. So not ideal, but we decided we were willing to spend a bit more. If you're not willing to spend a bit more, but you want to eventually do that, all you're going to do is you're going to benchcraft movement speed. Maybe try to reforge live, but then there's a chance you break it. So like, if you want there to be a chance you come back to finish it later, you're just going to benchcraft movement speed and move on. And then later on, when you're ready, you're going to come back and do this step. But if you succeed in annulling of the third suffix, now you have 2 suffixes and no prefixes. You're going to actually benchcraft this time because your suffixes aren't full. If you can't do wild risk matron because there's space in your suffix this time. So you benchcraft suffixes cannot be changed. This one, it's 2D. You benchcraft that and you reforge fire, cold, or lightning. Any of them. You don't do chaos because chaos has a prefix that could break your reforge. But fire, cold, or lightning, these will guarantee you get a res. It doesn't guarantee a high tier res, but it guarantees you get a resistance. And if you're lucky like me, your prefixes get done in the same breath and you just move on. But for what you should expect is that you get a resistance that is like maybe tier 4, tier 3, tier 2, tier 6. You get a resistance, and then you get 2 prefixes, 1 prefix, and then space or something like that. And then from this point on, you're just going to, suffixes can be changed. Now you can use Beastcraft again because your suffixes are full, so you can go to Beastcraft and get it for cheaper. Suffix cannot be changed, and then you reforge life. And then, or you veiled chaos, that's also an option. And then you get your movement speed. You either benchcraft the movement speed or you build chaos to get movement speed, and then you benchcraft life. Either or, that's how you get the boots. So those are the steps. I have a video that covers the boots if you're interested. I think the only difference between the video and this one is the essence step. In the video, we use Essence of Torment for chance to avoid shock. Here, we use Essence of Spite for intelligence. That is the only difference between the 2 variants. Everything else is still the same. You're still going for Race Spectre. You're still doing the same Orb of Dominance. So if you want those ones, you can find it there as well. And that covers all the crafting for everything we currently have equipped. I don't think there's anything I'm missing. Is there anything else somebody wants to know before I end stream? It's almost 1 a.m. so I need to end stream now. But is there anything else that you guys would like to know before I go? If not, then I'll see you guys tomorrow. But yeah, that is where we're currently at. We've gone over what we're currently farming. Just send me some luck for crafting. Good luck. Good luck. I need to replace these gloves. And I think my next step, for those curious as to if you do get to where I currently am, what do you get to upgrade? Do you use Timeless for Supreme Ostentation at any point in the build? We do not use Supreme Ostentation at any point in this build. You can, but I would rather not. And the reason I would rather not is because of where we are on the tree, we get a lot of strength. Because we get a lot of strength and we get a lot of ints, we are naturally very healthy. We get 300 plus strength right now, but this is because I have a lot of attributes coming from here. But you're going to get like 200 plus strength, which is easily going to give you, what is 100 life flat before all your increased life modifiers kick in. And keep in mind, we also have like 10% more life coming from here. So you end up with significantly less life if you were to go that route. So I just solve dexterity by getting it on gear. Dexterity is the only attribute you need to get on gear. You don't need any other attribute on your gear because we pick up enough strength on the tree. We pick up enough int on the tree. It's only dexterity we don't pick up enough of, which is, that's the struggle, right? So you try to get as much dexterity. That's why I have 42 dex here. I have 18 dex here. I should honestly change this 18 dex and all that. It's annoying to deal with attributes, but only having to care about dex seems like it'd be fine. I think so. If it was more, then I would have a problem with it as well. But we get so many strength nodes, so many intelligence nodes, that it's kind of just fine. And before we swapped to this version, we actually were going through here for even more intelligence. And we still had enough strength because we still have like nodes like this that's 10 strength, 10 ints. There's still 20 intelligence coming from here. So those two attributes really don't struggle when it comes to you just having enough. And I think the extent of our strength requirements comes from shield charge. Well, it gets to 155, so you can have it less, but like, and still skin. Those are the two gems that have real strength requirements. Everything else just doesn't really require. So if for some reason you don't get up to 155 strength, just down level your gem and you're fine. Is it dexterity that gets tough to get? So that's the only one we get on different pieces, basically. That's it. Like, look at this. This has a dead mod here. This one doesn't have attributes. This one is a giga. This amulet was very lucky in terms of attributes. It has way more attributes than I ever care to use. I don't need all this int. I don't need all this strength. It's just the best thing that I got. And it's going to be a very expensive amulet when I sell it. That's why I have it. Do you think different ascendancy points like Bloodline? In the Doriani version, I think we're 100% going to be using this ascendancy point from the League mechanic, which is the, I forget her name, but this is the, I forget the bloodline too. It's a League mechanic bloodline in any case. And the only reason I'm thinking about it, I'm not convinced. I'm not like fully sold on it. But what I'm thinking for the bloodline is salt and scale. And the reason I think this would be good is because this is a lot of phase to convert to cold. So you put this on enemies and you can stack up to 10 times. Each one gives them 5% phase to cold conversion. This automatically means that we are getting 9% cold resistance in the end game. So now, instead of having to deal with physical damage, if you fight anything, which it doesn't really last this long, but if you fight anything for more than 10 seconds, now they're just doing half the physical damage they were before. And physical was like the scariest damage type. But it's not even, 10 seconds is a long time. If you fight this boss for 2 seconds, they're converting 10% of their physical damage to elemental. So that just greatly improves our survivability by an insane amount, because now we instead of having to deal with all the phase we're having to deal with before, and we're having to like kind of try to mitigate with armor. Now it's just it goes to our 90% cold res. So that's what I am thinking when it comes to bloodline ascendancies. And for the node I'm thinking it to replace on the high budgets build, I think it will replace Plaguebringer. We lose 10% more damage multiplier, but I think it's a worthwhile trade-off for that much tank, because I wouldn't drop block for it and I wouldn't drop leech for it. So this is the only one we can drop. We lose, like I said, we lose the 10% more damage multiplier, but I think it's very worthwhile. I think it's worth a lot. But yeah, that's my thought process when it comes to that. Oh, I can get to this one now. Huh. Sure, let's do that. This gives mana regen, but not increased mana. So I'm fine. And with those points, we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, the reason we wanted to be here is this gives us more life than this, and it allows us to stop speccing into this block node over here. This gives us a max of 75 or 80% and 78, so we're capped on block. So we really don't even need it, I don't think, yet, which allows us to still take something like this. Actually, it does mean we might be able to drop Rumi's Concoction, so there's that. Without Rumi's up, our block is even better, but we're also still leveling up Bone Offering, so there's going to be slightly more block coming from here as well. Not too much more, but slightly more. We have Effect of Offerings, and we have, yeah, that's all cool. I have a silly question. When I equip the +2 wand, I drop down to 8 specters instead of 10. I'm at Midnight Bargain. I need to change necklace as well at the same time. Yes, ideally you swap them at the same time so you don't lose specters, because that's where you get the +1 to replace the Midnight Bargain. But if you don't have that, I mean, you can also go this, but at the same time, if you lose 2 specters, it's worthwhile for the +2 minion. So it all depends on what 2 specters you're dropping. If you're dropping Wretched Defilers, you go from 8 to 6. You'd be losing, that'd be 25% less damage, whereas your +2 is, was it plus, your +2 goes for about 4 minion levels, so that is about 24. It kind of evens out on damage. 6 Defilers, 1 Chieftain, 1 Lightning guy. Chieftain? Okay, so that means you drop the Chieftain, you go Lightning, and then you'll be at 7 Defilers. That's what I would do. So 7 Defilers, 1 Spirit of Fortune, and you blast until you're ready for your amulet. Then once you get your amulet, you pick up your Guardian Turtle as well, and you're good to go. If I had to recommend between the Shield and Congregation, I think at current prices I recommend Congregation, if I'm being honest. And the reason for this is Congregation gives you 3 minions. This gives you 1, because this is a max of 12. We can have 12 to 15. So I got 3 minions from Congregation from my current setup. This gives you 1, which then becomes 2. So you can also drop the Vitality as well. Yeah, I dropped Vitality for Arcane Surge because I'm on beta buying points. Arcane Surge is cast speed, which is nice for them to have, and then increased minion damage, minion life is nice for ability ball. I dropped Vitality for Arcane Surge. I'm still using Purity, Flesh and Stone. I also switched my Ascendancy so I can, because now you have a trigger wand, you can reliably use Bone Offering. So you're going to use Bone Offering. You're going to pick up Mistress of Sacrifice instead of Plaguebringer. And now you're going to be close to block cap. So your survivability just shot up by so much, and your damage is about even, if not, it's about even, if not slightly stronger, because you're dropping a Chieftain for a Defiler. Yeah, you don't have to. One more thing though is, because you do not have to deal with the degen, by dropping Vitality, you actually have the mana to cast your other things, your curses and whatnot, which means you can drop Eldritch Battery coming back all the way here. Honestly, we're going to do one test. There's one thing I want to test. That is Divine Shield. I want to test Divine Shield because I have 1 point to spare. And the idea here is Divine Shield makes it so you recover 3% of physical damage prevented from hits recently as ES per second. But here's the kicker. When you block, you prevent the entire physical damage from that hit. So 3% of whatever the phase that would have hit you gets regenerated. That we have some armor, we have some, I mean, we have got turtle, so we have some physical damage reduction, all of that. So we do have some physical mitigation, other than, I'm also forgetting one important thing. I haven't filled up my Spectre slots. I have 3 Spectres I'm currently not using. Remove Bone Offering, remove Desecrate, remove Spell Echo. So we're going to do something interesting here. And to answer the question as to why we're going to do this, we are going to first and foremost remove our support Spectre gem, which would desummon all my support Spectres. Make sure you don't have offerings and whatnot in place when you do this. But actually, before we do that, let's put Desecrate in here to replace Frostblink. And then we're going to do this. And we're going to use our damage minions. I'm going to do this. I'm going to summon 2 Wretched Defilers. Now we remove Desecrate to remove all the extra corpses. Everything else is still the same. But the reason we're going to unsocket this is because your Spectres are on a first in, first out basis. So in order to make sure these do not get destroyed, if you, let's say, lose a max minion count, you want to summon them last. So by desummoning them now, I get to summon them last after all my Defilers are up. So we're going to start from cheapest to most expensive. So Perfect Blasphemer, Spirit of Fortune, Forest Warrior. Actually, Forest Warrior before Spirit, but like it doesn't matter. And then Turtle. So why we did that is just to be doubly sure that no matter what, we are not going to lose our Spectres. If, let's say, I take off this amulet and I lose 2 slots, for example, the only way we lose is if we literally deactivate our pair of boots, which we should not be able to because we have enough strength inherently. Don't they just drop to the ground? They drop to the ground if you're in your hideout. If you're in King's March, if you're in maps, they just disappear. So you really don't want them to drop to the ground. If you want them to drop to the ground in a controlled environment, like, and specifically only do stuff in your hideout and whatnot. If I wanted to change my gear or benchcraft anything on gear, what I do is I go to town, and here, so long as the Raised Spectre comes in a slot and leaves in that slot, you're fine. If I move this here, it will drop to the ground. But so long as it's here, I can take this off, I can put it back on, I can take this off, put it back on, I can take this off, I can do whatever I need. But so long as it's in that spot and everything is fine, when I go back to my hideout, nothing is on the floor. I have my exact same setup. And now that there are crafting benches in town, you really have no reason to take off your gear in here in your hideout. But before you do anything gear related, rule of thumb: remove your offering, remove your desecrate. Always remove these 2. It might seem small, you never know what it is. Always remove these 2. If you do anything and if anything happens and you are kind of confused, your first step should be take off those 2 gems. To make sure you don't click anything else, no other skills, no nothing. Just take off those gems. Then you can try to think it through what else you should do. This will save you many divines as you play through the build. It will save you many divines, because you might do something and then all of a sudden I take this off, this deactivates all my Wretched Defilers on the floor. If I'm ever confused like that, the first thing I'm doing is I'm taking off offering and desecrate. That is always the first step. All right. By the way, I don't know what you're farming cargo, right? If it's true, how can you send a ship? If there is there any tactic? I went through a very detailed breakdown of what I'm doing, on how I'm doing it, but the TLDR for where to send shipments is send to Pondium, send 50 million 25 million bars, 25 million dust to Pondium, and you'll get back rune grafts that are currently the most worthwhile thing to get back alongside your currency. This was the shipment this was my shipment from earlier today. I got 10 treacheries. They all sold for 5 divines each. I got a mirror shard. I got a warp that was 7 divines. I got 12 divines of this. I got fracturing orbs, 2 fracturing orbs, etc, etc. The currency is RNG, but the rune grafts, you will get treacheries. You'll get treacheries, you might get warps, you might get fortresses. The top 5 most expensive rune grafts are available in Pondium. Near the top mana match, why do you take the increased max mana instead of the node for spell block? I take this one because of A, increased max mana, and B, regen. Regen is very nice because I'm going to click this and this goes down. My automation is also costing mana, so the mana regen feels really nice. The max mana helps with flat reservations early on with stuff like vitality, precision, clarity, etc. The increased max mana works directly against those to give you more reservation room. That is why I prefer that over this. Do you notice how my ES is now full at all times? That is courtesy Divine Shield. Maybe we should actually work to get this. No, we can't work to get in the end game because ES becomes useless. All damage goes through it, so there's no points. But right now, it feels really nice. It means our ES pool is always going to be useful until we do the Doriani swap. Like, I'm standing still taking hits, but this remains full because I'm taking a lot of physical damage and I'm blocking it. Like, look at that. Beautiful. All right, I'm sold. Thank you for answering. You are welcome. And again, I'm going to end stream after this map. So if you have any questions, now is the time to... Now is the time. Will you make a video? I will make a video about the crafting.
Approach.
If you're talking about something else, what video are you asking about? Oh, King's March. I can. I had no plans on, but I can because I mean I just gave a very detailed breakdown. I'm going to script it so it's going to be more concise. But I can try to work on the King's March video. All right, we'll try it. I typically don't make strategy content, but I have seen people complain about loot this league, and I do know that I'm making a lot of currency. Like, even just on a map to map basis, even though the bulk of my currency is coming from shipments, I'm still making profits. I can literally spend like 30 chaos per map or 40 chaos, and I'm still making profit because of how much I pull out of every map, just in raw currency, by juicing Eldritch Exarch altars. Like all these scarabs, all these divination cards, they all just end up being net positive. So I guess tomorrow I'm going to spend some time deciding which video to prioritize, the crafting or the strats. But I will have time to make one of them, and then the second one will come out probably on Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember what my plans for this weekend are. I think I have plans for Sunday, but I should be able to get some videos out for Saturday. And then I will need to make the update video for whatever I made the Doriani swap, and it's going to talk about the swap I did just now, as well as getting to the Doriani swap. But yeah, I have personally, like actually I can show this before I end. Even aside the shipment, because this is what I was saying, right? Even aside this shipment, you can see how much I've been making just on a cluster to cluster basis. Because remember, I started from having a total of like 55 chaos and everything. Like, you end up making a whole lot of other currencies from just making sure you're always clicking the Eldritch monster option, so that they're always dropping currency. They're dropping div cards, you're dropping Valorbs, you're dropping glass blow up bubbles, you're dropping scarabs, you're dropping a whole lot of different things, and you just end up, even though you're spending all this currency on like the scarabs and everything, you end up coming net ahead. Like in some of these guys, like I think, where is it? I think this one, I spent a lot of currency upgrading my character, and I was so sure this was going to show minus because I spent currency on my character, but somehow I gained currency, and I was like, how? But yeah, like some of these ones, really, I made so much that even after I spent on my character, it still showed profit when I synchronized it. And then as I spend less on my character, the numbers go up. You start seeing more 8 divines here, because now after the session, I just didn't spend on anything except more scarabs. Some of these I synced after I bought the scarabs. Some of these I synced before, so you might see some varying numbers. And again, these are all just side profit. The main profit is still going to come from your King's March and when you send this big shipment. So all of this basically came with little cost. One of these, this one was when I bought the dust. This is when I bought the dust. But yeah, the cost of this is essentially the cost of the dust, and I would say the cost of the scarabs, but the scarabs end up paying for themselves. So really, it's just the cost of the shipment of the dust. And as of when I last sent, the items cost about 8 divines, and I got back 90. So donks, big profit. It takes a while to get 50 mil, so just keep that in mind. You're not going to just blast, unless you degen it. You're probably not going to get this all set up in a day, but you know, once it's set up, like right now, I don't have to think about hiring new workers. I have all the workers I need. I spent a ton of gold setting it up, and again, the best way to farm gold, League Mechanic. Don't sleep on League Mechanic. You can be on no gold. You do 9 charts into a voyage, you're coming out with like 300 to 500k gold. So do not sleep on League Mechanic. Use that to set up your King's March. Use that to hire your workers. Use that to get your beginner wage, and then your mapping is going to generate enough gold to sustain you. You're going to start off doing alch and gold maps. You're just going to alch it to the rejects. You can use the rejects in my build sheets. That's what I use. That's what I used. Then I started going for 8 modded maps. Now I currently do 8 modded maps with priority on quantity. So each of these maps has a quantity of above 100%. And on top of that, my tree, because of how efficient my character is and how strong it is, I'm juicing effect so that quantity ends up more than the 100% or 110%. So if you go in here, you check, the quantity ends up being, where are you? 200% increased quantity, and the quantity is directly increasing. The quantity is directly increasing the amount of ore and bars you're getting from your maps, as well as just giving you other items. So that's why you drop more of different random items. That's why you get more Valdos. That's why you get more raw divines, etc. You have a lot of quantity in your maps, you're going to drop a lot of currency. And then of course you just have bubblegum loot as well coming from your eldritch altars, because again you're clicking minion stuff. So every eldritch monster I killed had a 2% chance to drop a chaos orb, 3.1% chance to drop alterations, beyond scarabs, and then divination cards. And when I sync here, we're going to see a big minus because I spent a ton of, actually no, we've already done it. So maybe we don't see minus. No, we do see minus because I spent more currency on congregation. I just remembered. But you get a lot of chaoses, you get a lot of other things. If you look at my ring has 769 chaoses picked up this season because I've been farming a lot of red altars. 317 Val orbs, 488 scours. These all go for a lot of currency. So, all right, guys, that's going to be it for today. I will be back tomorrow, same time. Actually, if I don't go to work, then I'll be working on my videos. So I'll probably be back same typical stream time. But anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. Till then, have a good night. There we have 9 viewers. Is there anybody we should raid, or do we just end? I typically just end, but I figure that if there's any Defiler enjoyers, we can just raid them. Pass the love on and all that. Luminary minions. I don't see anyone doing Defilers. If I don't see anyone doing Defilers, we could just end. I don't see anyone, but I do see Diagri, and I do enjoy his content. So say hi to Diagri for me. I will be trying to get ready for bed soon, so that's gonna be where I'm at. All right, say hi to him, you know, do the typical raid stuff. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Till then, have a good night.